We are here with Sash. How are you going, Sash? Tell us how you got into the fandom.
Hi everyone, I am Sash, and I have been a Survivor fan since 2018. And I have just been lurking in the shadows of the community for I don't know, the past 6, 7 years since. And although I used to be really into the nitty gritty, the stats, the characters, the names, and I know every single fact, I'm just a lot more reserved. I'm more casual, but I feel like I just have a better sense of the game because I play these online reality games, and that's how Xander poached me. He poached
Yeah,
me
I stalked
after
you.
I got recruited somehow, and I'm somehow worthy of doing a Survivor podcast. Like what?
I
But I
know.
hope I can deliver. I hope I can deliver some interesting takes, facts, and just see where the cookie crumbles. Honestly, I'm just here for a good time.
Yeah. Do you have any cookies on you? Are you?
Do I have any? Nah, I don't. I don't have any
No.
cookies to crumble right
Okay.
now, unfortunately. The Woolies cookies, like those dream cookies, if you've ever had them before, though, they're good.
If your plan is to show you eat me alive on this podcast, Sash, we're gonna have a problem, all right? Because I feel like that's what you're gonna do. Sorry, I don't know
You
why
think
that
I'm
was
gonna
like
eat?
that.
Look, if you have seen any of the games I played, and that's probably I don't think a lot of people around now probably even know who I am. That's because it's a very small community, of course. But I'm not someone who just eats people alive for breakfast. Like I am Boston Rob in season 40 eating up Ben Bergen on that beach. Like I'm the type of person that will listen, will always have something to say, and won't shy away from being completely direct and honest when it comes to an open discussion like this. However, if I was on the show, on the other hand, hypothetically, then that would be a completely different story. But honestly, at this point, if I end up somehow playing, this podcast is going to come back to me, and people are going to be like, "He was on a podcast alliance." Oh no, and it's just going to be oh, he knows too much. But nah, I don't see myself
Someone's gonna
playing.
recognize one of us from this podcast. They're gonna be like, "We need to target that guy." Like, oh no, because
Yeah,
it
remember the
reminds
poker
me.
alliance?
I do, and honestly, completely valid.
I think a lot of alliances and deals and stuff are made behind closed doors before the season even films. I
Oh,
think right now, season 50, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority alliance already has a Discord group chat and they're calling every night. So nah, I'm just playing.
yeah, it's gonna get yanked after the season. It's gonna be
Oh
like,
yeah.
Tony has left the group chat.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so now let's actually, talk about this season. Okay,
Okay, let's
so
talk. I'm
let's do it.
Range vs
Okay, so
Brawn.
tell me about how you felt when the season thing came out. How were you feeling? What were you thinking when it came out? And what do you think? What tribe are you rooting for specifically? Because I
Ooh.
am rooting for Brain Tribe. Because fuck Brawn. That's just my opinion. Obviously, I'm biased, but you know.
Hmm. Um. So when the season came out, and I think it was May last year or something, before the season actually filmed, which is I don't know, it was a bit of a surprise to me that they kind of released the season before filming, production, all that kind of came out. I found it to be pretty predictable and classic of Australian Survivor to reuse and rinse and repeat a season because they've done it in the past with champions and contenders. They've pretty much done it in the past with heroes and villains and titans and rebels. You cannot differentiate between the two besides switching a synonym out. They've also done similar things with 2016. Actually, 2016 and 2017 were individual seasons, and Blood and Water was, I think, its own thing. But I think it's very similar to what they've done in the past, where they're taking 24 players, they're putting them on a tribe where one's physically dominant champions, and the other's the nerdy underdog brains, and they're just being okay, let's find out for the fourth time what's going to happen. You'll never know.
It's what
But-
Frankie said. It's high school, guys.
and we can talk about this cast when we talk about the cast, but there are so many, once again, questionable picks for each tribe where I saw it and I'm like, should they be on that tribe? And I think to an extent, it's just going to be a very interesting season where, for the most part, I think the theme and the season being played out will depend on how well this whole Brains vs. Brawn holds true, and whether or not it just instantly crumbles and just becomes a regular 12v12, brawl. But given the way production's hyped it up, I'm expecting some chaos. I'm expecting fireworks, and I'm expecting a real battle to get to the end where I don't think anyone is going to be completely safe. So I'm looking forward to it. I, of course, will be going Brawn strong on this one, unfortunately. Although my winner pick is from the Brains tribe, but I am going Brawn strong. And I can speak about this when we get to a certain player that I find a lot of relayability in a few of those people. So, yeah. What about you?
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for Brain, but the only reason I'm rooting for Brain is because the super fans are on Brain, and obviously that's what we are, so I'm biased. I mean, look, when it first got released, I was a little bit nervous, because, like, it's happened before to have released, like, the cast
Mm.
theme and stuff beforehand, but the problem is, like, I don't know how good that is in the sense of, like, leakage, because we are going to get into this later, but there's a lot of leaks that are, like, happening, or, like, rumors that are going around, and, yeah, obviously, hopefully that doesn't impact our viewing experience, and I even was fearful to make this podcast to begin with, like, this specific episode, because I was worried that half of the stuff would be leaked before we could even talk about it. So it's one of those things where it's like you just gotta hope that it's not
Yeah.
bad. So yeah, that's my.
I remember going into All Stars, like the whole boot list was leaked, and it was like this big deal on like spoiled Survivor. Like we already knew that David was going to win, like months before the first episode premiered.
I was yaked on that because I was on Reddit. Went back in
Hmm.
2020. I was scrolling on Reddit, and then all of a sudden I see it, and I was like, first of all, this
No.
is fake. There's no way this actually happened, because it's who would let David get to the end after his reputation last time.
Hmm.
I was like, no one's gonna want to work with him. He's a used cannon. Obviously, I was wrong. Doesn't matter. But it is one of those things where it's like, from episode 3, like as soon as we got to the Daisy round and Daisy got eliminated, and I was like, oh, okay, so I guess this is like the what's actually happening.
Yeah.
And then knowing how the season continued on, All Stars isn't that interesting. Like, compared to other Australian Survivor seasons, I think there's better content, there's more behind sides, there's more memorable moments than there is in All Stars, which is scary considering it's All Stars, but like it
Yeah.
is what it is.
I mean, you've got to keep in mind that a lot of the All Stars hadn't seen Champions and Contenders because
That as well.
Champions and Contenders and All Stars were filmed back to back. So a lot of people didn't know who David was.
I didn't know that. I knew they did that in Heroes vs. Villains for the US season with Russell, because I know in
Yeah.
Samoa his season wasn't aired, and obviously had it been aired, he wouldn't have made it.
It was a crazy 7-day like turnover, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But I didn't know they did that in Australia. But so that's new information to me. That's yeah. Okay, so before I do anything else, I am gonna ask you, can you get a piece of paper and a pen? I know that's kind of on the
Oh, yeah, I'll have to just head off real quick,
okay.
but yeah, I can do that.
Sorry, I should have just asked you beforehand, but I'm gonna ask for a
Oh,
reason.
yeah. If it's something where I can just draft on my computer, then like that's
Oh
no
no,
issue.
I need like a visual. Like we're gonna write a vote. Like and now it's lagging.
Sorry, the create a bit. What were you
Yeah, no. All right, hold on.
fit.
Sorry, we don't. We have a yo budget on this season. Oh wow, you're really blurry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here.
Oh my goodness.
Um,
Can you hear
yeah.
me?
Do you want to turn off your
Hmm.
laptop and turn it back on, or because I don't know
I
how
can
to
do that
fix it. Yes,
if you
yeah.
want, but that would end the podcast, wouldn't it? I don't would it?
Maybe. Oh, I didn't think of that. Okay, you're
Yeah,
good.
I'm just trying
I
to.
think yeah,
Okay,
you're yes,
all right,
better now.
I'll get paper and pen.
Okay. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna write who we think will win on the season.
Yeah.
We're gonna write who we think. Is there
Yeah.
anything else you want to quickly talk about that you've seen or
Yeah.
heard that aren't just in general?
Yeah. Okay. I'll go through kind of my just cast is 20
Okay, Sash, can you just wait a second? You're cutting out. That's why I'm asking. I don't want you to get cut off.
seconds would be about 75, I think,
Okay.
275,000. You can fact check me on that. The filming dates were July through to September of last year. The host is still Mr. Jonathan LaPaglia, our favorite, beloved Aussie legend, buff dad.
He's our favorite
And
doctor. He's a doctor. I don't know how he's a doctor. And recently
he's a
he got
doctor.
his P's, so that's cool,
Hmm.
I guess. But yeah, I
Nice.
don't know. Yeah.
The average age of the Brains tribe is 34 years exactly. The average age of the Brawn tribe is also 34 years, 0.17. So that would be about that's like that'd be about like literally like 2 months difference, which I think is pretty crazy that they're basically the same. And the average age of the cast is 34. So I think that's
Which is
on the older
25
side.
and even cooler, well, I guess more interesting, is 25 to around 35 is normally where the winner is from just most
Yeah,
Australian or just Survivor seasons in general. That's normally where the
yeah,
average winner age is. So that's interesting. But yeah, you're pulling
yeah,
out decimals and shit. I was like not prepared for that, but I'm down for that. Okay, so
yeah.
alright.
I crunched numbers on this one,
No, like I love that.
but
That's awesome.
but
Okay, so
what do you think about it being on the older side of like an average cast? Like 30
I
years,
mean,
I think is a really, I don't know. I've never done this before, but it just strikes me as like being skewed a bit older than what I think, especially considering the youngest player is 21. So
I thought he was 23, but apparently he's 21, which is horrifying.
mm.
Yeah.
No, he's 20. He is 23. He is 23. Sorry, that's on me. Yeah,
No,
yeah. You can
because
call me
in
out
his
there.
intro, we're talking about Zen, guys. In his intro,
Yes,
he
we
was
are.
talking about, he's like, I'm 21, but I thought he was talking about his like career. And then I look on the fandom
Yeah,
wiki page for Australian Survivor, and it says he's 23. I'm like, oh, okay. Would have
yeah,
been nice to
yeah.
be lied to.
I had that mixed up in my head for a bit. But yeah. So 23 being the youngest is a really big deal because normally we're used to seeing at this point like teens or 20s at the earliest. That I think it's going to be very interesting to see how an older cast plays out because we could be seeing a lot more I don't know, a lot more game sense going on rather than like big flashy explosive big moves type stuff that you see on US.
Which I think is a hilarious statement, and I'm not saying that to make fun of you. I'm saying that because
Mm.
have you seen the promos? What the fuck is going on? Like, I feel it. Like I agree with what you're saying, but I think for
Yeah.
this specific season, throw that out the window. Like,
Oh yeah.
like big moves, massive headitis is happening. Like whatever you want to power trip, like whatever you want to call it,
Mm,
it's going down. Um,
yeah.
okay, so but I'll select more stuff. Okay, so this is where we're gonna spin a wheel, and before I do that to decide who picks first for our draft, I will ask Sash when I edit this at the end of today and upload it. What color do you want your tribe to be? Your team. What color do you want your team to be? Obviously
Let's make.
you can pick whatever color. This color will represent your team, and it will appear on your players' faces because I have a picture of older players' faces, and then at the end I'll put
Mhm,
letters. So yours will be S for your first name, mine will be
mhm.
Z, and then we'll color code it.
I'll take purple.
Bastard, that was my color. I'll
No,
let you.
no, no.
No, it's okay. No, 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 no. It's
Blood
cool.
red. Blood red. Blood
Night
red.
red. Oh, okay. Because purple's my favorite color, so that's what I
Okay,
did last time. But okay, are
go
you
for
doing
it.
night red
Take
purple?
purple.
Okay, all right. I'm not. You don't have to change if you don't want. I'm just saying
Nah.
that it's cool. All right. I also do have another question. I was watching Zara's intro video, and because
Hmm.
obviously I was doing research before, and all of a sudden she's talking about being a cheerleader, but she lives in Brisbane. As someone who's from Brisbane, are there cheerleaders in Brisbane? Can you give me some insight? Because I feel like from someone from Melbourne, I have no idea. I didn't know there were cheerleaders in Australia. I thought that was like an American dream.
I take that as someone who potentially might have done some time in America, like because there are several ways to do like a university exchange in America, and that's where cheerleading for uh, football teams, basketball teams, and those are the big two that are you see cheerleaders are present. So you don't see it in Australia because the culture just wasn't there, but I suggest that maybe she did university in America. But yeah, that did strike me as interesting. But given that she has like, and I don't want to mix this up in any way, so I'll just quickly head to Zara at the very bottom of my list here.
All good.
Um, yeah, given that she has like a shitload of degrees, but also um, seems to be a cheerleader and a New York Marathon finisher. I feel like she's got such an interesting plethora of skills. So that's all I'll say about that for now.
Okay, cool. Because obviously, I was genuinely just curious. That's where that question came from. Because you're from
Hmm.
Brisbane. I'm from
Yeah, but
Melbourne.
no
Nothing
cheerleaders in
different.
Brisbane. No
Okay,
cheerleaders.
can confirm there are no cheerleaders in Brisbane. Yeah,
Yeah,
obviously, the only reason I asked
yeah.
you that
I
was
know a
because
lot
you're
of.
from Brisbane.
Hmm. I know a
I'll
lot of
say what you're
weird
saying.
shit goes down in Brisbane, but we don't have cheerleaders.
Oh, God. Okay. Jeez. I mean, I could say the same for Melbourne, honestly. You've heard the stories. But okay, so.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. We can start, but before we start, three, two, one. Oh, what is that? That's crazy, guys.
Whoa!
Um,
Why did you put
yeah.
a brain for Brawn?
Okay, to be fair,
Uh,
Meta AI created that, not me, because I.
oh, okay.
So,
Okay. Okay, that's fair.
if anyone
No, I
asks,
like it.
that's why. I mean, here's the thing.
No,
With
okay.
when I was doing stuff for Titans vs Rebels last time,
Mm.
I would call Rebels versus Titans, even though it was called Titans versus Rebels, just because it sounded better or more appealing in my
Yeah.
theory. But obviously, people were like, That's not the season name. So that's
Yeah,
fine. Okay, so
yeah.
here's the thing. Obviously, you're gonna say who your first pick is. Obviously, who you think will win compared to just don't say who your winner pick is. Just say who you're drafting, and then we'll keep going. So, yeah,
Okay,
cool. Let's get start. Oh,
cool.
by the
Bada
way,
bing, bada
wait,
boom.
hold up.
Yeah.
One more thing. Uh,
What's up?
Here is the cast, so we don't forget. I have a piece of paper and a pen. I will write down who's on what team so we don't forget. So, when
Okay.
you're ready, Sash,
And putting
here
faces
we
to
go.
names is yeah. Am I going first?
I oh yeah, fuck. I forgot to spin it.
No, you got to flip a coin,
Whoa.
man.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, look, Sash, you're going first. Go on, Sash.
Thank you. Okay, so this player, no surprise for anyone who knows anything about me, and I think hopefully you'll get to know me a bit more and my mindset going into seasons when I look for players who just have that winner potential. My first winner pick is is on the brain. Not my winner. Oh my goodness, my first pick, and I should have maybe edited that out. My first pick for the draft is someone who I think is socially gifted, can talk to and work with a bunch of different personalities, is looks very fit from their profile image, um, physically capable, and I think someone who has a great awareness of the game to where they're a super fan and they know the ins and outs very well, and I think is winner material if they can manage their threat level well. And my first pick is Max Willis from the Brains, Gold Coast, Queensland favorite. Definitely not biased here.
Okay. Yes. Can you tell me more about that? Like, can you tell me whether it's like the promos, the editing? Can you tell me what else is like your reasoning?
So a lot of my rationale comes from reading what they are saying in their bios on like 10 play, Survivor Wiki, whatever you call it. And so I kind of read that, I assess and kind of relate them to how archetypes of their similarities have done in the past, if that makes any sense. So I feel like as a primary school teacher, um, he's used to managing relationships and keeping a fun, high energy presence, which will make him a very big social magnet for his tribe. But where I think he can stand out from the others is that he is physically capable. On a tribe like Brains, strength is their weakness. They need to have physical strength on their tribe if they want to win their challenges. And so I think he has pretty much got an immunity necklace, like an imaginary immunity necklace around his neck for like the first couple of rounds there, because they are not going to be picking off strong numbers that they need. So I feel like he's going to be an indispensable asset early on, if that makes any sense.
I mean, I
I
will
think,
say,
yeah,
oh, not to cut you off. I will say
yeah,
though, he
go
does.
go ahead.
I know this is public that a lot of people have said this. Here is he not Emmett? He reminds me of Emmett from the original Brains vs. Brawn, but
Hmm.
that's just someone's take. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I've tried to avoid like other people's opinions up to this point because I don't want to be skewed in what other people may think or say or spoilers. And I think, unlike US Survivor, Australian Survivor lacks those preseason press interviews that you can see on the US games. So I think a lot of the stuff that we see in the promos is very twisted, like you would see in the show, to make the edit seem a certain way. But maybe he could be like this crazy nutcase of a guy who is a lot like an Emmett or a Zach from CVC1 and All Stars. But I just don't see him like that. He just gives off massive Tommy Sheehan energy from season 39. You'll know what I'm talking about. And Tommy was a primary school teacher too, and he just was able to manage his relationships so well whilst keeping his threat level at an all-time low, to the point where he wasn't even a contender for the fire making challenge. So I think if he can draw some of those tactics from his playbook, then I just see him easily getting to the end, barring in, like, of course, Survivor's luck. So that
I
that's just
will
my view.
say, Max's promo where the water, he's sitting there and the water goes over his face, is
Mm-hmm.
one of the best scenes I've ever seen for Australian Survivor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is the scene that I'm gonna remember for like years to come, because
Mm.
it's perfect. He's like, I'm being mischievous, and then it's like the perfect timing, perfect music. Like, I think the
Mm.
editing there is like really good. My
Yeah.
only concerns with Max, and obviously you can say your concerns if you have any also. My the thing why I wouldn't, well, yes, Max wasn't gonna be someone who I was originally going to draft high on my list, was because one, I feel like Max, it's hard because Max is one of those people where like I character wise, he's likely to go far realistically, right? Because he's getting screen time. They're calling him Mad Max. The problem I have is when you're in a promo before the season and they're talking about Jonathan at Tribal saying it's Mad Max. How long can he survive in the jungle? That's either a really good thing or a really bad thing, depending on how you view it, you know? Because it's either
Okay.
he's a loose cannon or he's whatever. Whatever the second option is,
Mm.
obviously, it depends. But say what you were saying.
Hear me out. I have not watched a single promo because I
Okay.
hate Australian Survivor promos. I just cannot stand them because they spoil so much. They spoil way too much going into the season, and they really twist my opinion when I want to go in with like an open mind, as if I am a player, a 25th player on the season, and I'm reading like
20th.
these short paragraphs, and I'm just having to make like a general opinion about who these players could be, you know. But personality aside, it's a bit what you're saying right there, Mad Max. He could be again like uh, a
I don't
Nick
know, man.
Idanza type person. I butchered that last name. A Nick from season one
Adanza,
or
yeah.
All
You
Stars.
said it
So
right.
like, and he was okay. He could be a Nick Idanza from like season one or All Stars, where he could just be the snake that doesn't know how to play the social game well, and we just end up with him being an early merge boot or late pre-merge. So I really hope that it's what I think my perception of him is. That I also think that yeah, if he's getting the promos, if he's getting the hype, then there's someone that they're going to be focusing on. So who knows?
Yeah. I mean, it's good for his chances when it comes to, like, going far. I think he will go far. I just,
Yeah.
if it's obviously the editing and, like, a bunch of other factors are at least influencing the way I see it. Obviously, as you said, you haven't seen the promos or most of the promos, so your
Mm,
perception is your own personal take as opposed to, like,
mm,
outside factors, which is fine.
yeah.
Okay, so you picked Max. Okay. Hmm.
Hmm.
So this is the part where I should have picked a winner pick, but I didn't pick a winner pick. And the reason why I didn't pick a winner pick is because I could not decide. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go with my gut because that's all you can do in Survivor. As much as every single person is saying this, who's done a podcast that I've seen. I don't know if you've watched any of the podcasts, but from what I've seen, almost every single podcast that is one person says this person. And I'm not saying that because they said it. I'm saying it because I'm getting winner vibes. I would be extremely
I
surprised if the person yaves. Oh, say what you were saying?
I I think I know who you're talking about here. I'm not going to say who it is, but I'm getting like a telepathic sense that
Okay,
of who
say who
you
you
might be
think it
talking
is.
about.
No, that's actually fun. Say who you.
No, 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 no. I'm keeping that for my second pick.
Your
I'm playing a
second
game
pick.
here.
You can't pick. No, but once they're picked, they
I
can't be picked again.
I know, but if I
Okay.
say it, then you're going to pick it, obviously. So
Oh, yeah, I guess well, the thing is, I've already made up, like, I have a thing that says contenders for me, and I can show you at the
hmm,
end of this. So,
yeah,
I guess can you see me writing right now what you're saying down? Can you see it? Yeah, no, I'm
yeah, I can.
literally not like, because okay, yeah, yeah. Just the entire time. You're like, wow, Xander, your takes are really, you guys are on the same page. It's like, yeah, because I'm just
Big
copying
brain.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I'm gonna be picking Morgan, and the reason why I'm picking Morgan is
No, no, you can't pick my favorite.
yes, yes we can. I'm
That was
picking
the
Morgan.
person I was thinking of.
I know. I'm sorry. I knew it, but I'd be so stupid not to pick Morgan. I mean,
Yeah,
like she's in the promos, which I know you haven't seen, but this is just me talking to the
yeah,
audience. She's in the promos. She has a bunch of winner quotes. We know who she is because they've highlighted her in the promos. She's one of the more prominent people in the promos, but they're not giving her like a Ken edit, for example, where Ken is getting insane screen time. She is also, in my in my opinion, I just feel her her how do I say this without being like a piece of shit? The her body is designed for these challenges. Like the endurance challenges, she is going to excel at. She's an Olympian. She's a professional runner. She is for a season called Brains vs. Brawn. She is basically the epitome of Brawn. That
hmm,
combined with she's likable. I found my just like you, I found myself liking her. I liked I was surprised because I was like, normally when I see athletes, I don't really care about them. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, she's doing something right because if this many people are picking her, then clearly we see value in her. My
yeah,
only concerns for Morgan is that it's too good. It's everything's too right, and that if people notice that, obviously that could be bad
yeah.
news for her. Um, what are your take? I mean, I know you said that you would have picked her, but yeah.
Okay, I have a few things to say about Morgan. I come from a similar background where I am a distance runner, and fun fact, I am running Morgan's event, the 800 meters, later at a track meet tonight. So that is a little fun fact. I think she would wipe the floor with me though, but that's besides the point. Um, she enters this game, and as someone who has resilience, a competitive drive, and just this um, mindset where she has pushed her body to the limits time after time after time and proven that she can physically be at the top, but just as physically, mentally be there. So I think that will really transfer well into the game where she will be able to handle setbacks and be very resilient when it comes to that. I think similar to that, she is also really good friends with Liz Parnov, who won the
I
game.
saw that,
And so
yes.
I think she had a bit of coaching going in as well. I wouldn't be surprised. However, how much does he know about the game? That is my question. That is up in the air because when I read her bio, I didn't see that much about her knowing the game. And in the past, athletes who have come in that have really no idea about the lion they're stepping into the cage with tend to just be like a lost sheep. Like, take, for example, David Zacharakis in Heroes and Villains, who just didn't fully grasp the nature of the game and found himself getting the rug pulled out from under him come the merge. Or Lydia in Champions and Contenders, another one. Abby in All Stars, another one. They just can't adjust their mindset to recognize that strength alone won't carry them to the end. And if she is a recruit and she hasn't done her research on the game, I just don't see her getting that far, let alone being a winner contender. However, if she can lean in quickly and build a really strong foundation of and use that social magnetism that people are talking about around her and just kind of play down being competitive and being humble and aware and not being so confident in or showing her cards too early and proving that she's more than just a challenge beast, I think she could really make a big mark and a deep run the same way Liz did, you know. But in the past, we've seen like really strong women like Viola in Titans and Rebels
Viola,
come
yeah.
in, and Viola, is it Viola?
Viola, yeah.
Viola, and Viola comes in, and she's got a lot of hype around her, the same way Morgan has, and she barely makes it through half the pre-merge. I mean, factoring in that was a pretty tough way to go, but still. The question is, will her athleticism carry her or bury her? Because she is built to succeed, like you said, in the physical elements. But it will come down to whether or not she can adapt to the unpredictable social and strategic nature of the game. So
I will
that's my
say
take.
it does give me hope that in her intro package, like her individual player bio package, she talked about how you're going to have to make tough decisions and you're going to have to try to separate your emotions. So she's
Mm,
aware and she said she's willing to do that. So that
mm,
does give me hope for her. Even though
yeah.
obviously I picked her first for a reason. Like, so
Mm,
you would hope that she does well. Yeah,
yeah.
whenever you're ready.
So that took my second pick away. But if I am not going with Morgan, my second pick for the draft, completely based off simply reading the books, and not looking at promos, is they're a perfect mix of brains and brawn. I reckon they could be like a Haley Leak archetype in the season,
Mhm.
and there's someone who also on the brains tribe, like Max. However,
I think I know who you're gonna pick, but we'll see.
um, and I think they're an ultimate hybrid player. I think that he is coming into the game with the right mindset. My pick for the second person, is none other than Kalen Lockhart from the Brains.
Yeah, that was not who I thought you were gonna pick. The Ironside.
Okay,
Damn. Okay. Go on. Give me the reasoning.
so I think Kalen is the ultimate mix between brains and brawn, like Max, to where he is physically strong enough to thrive in this environment, and he'll be on brains and be safe on brains because he'll be able to bring that brawn strength to the table. And so I think honestly, if there was ever a mix between brains and brawn, like if there was a tribe that integrated both, he would be the poster boy of it. His background as an athlete
I
and an
agree.
academic give him a really interesting balance of endurance, adaptability, intelligence, and it makes him a great asset to the brains tribe that typically, could struggle physically in that manner. However, I think he avoids skepticism where because how much of an academic he is, he won't be like a sore thumb standing out. And his ability to blend in, where he can talk footy and sports with the more physical players, whilst holding his own intellectually with others, will make him a real social magnet coming in. My question, though, about him that will be answered hopefully pretty soon is, can he master the Haley leak strategy? Because he cites Haley in his bio as his inspiration, which, if you remember, she walked a really fine line very masterfully between intelligence and physicality, where I think that the key is executing that strategy is simply just patience. Like, you can't be going out there to make big explosive moves straight away. You have to play the long game. And I think a lot of players can get trapped or caught, especially super fans, of just thinking about strategy and, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be remembered as the greatest ever, when they don't remember that it's a clearly social game. I think the only thing that stops him is himself. I think he could have a potentially over analytical approach to the game if he doesn't hone himself in early. I think many players who overanalyze, such as Andy or Simon, find themselves targeted before they ever get the chance to really shine. So I think as long as he doesn't overplay early, I really think he is a dark horse to take the crown.
Okay. The reason why I didn't pick, and I didn't think you were going to pick Kane, was because I agree. He is the perfect mix of both tribes. The problem is, just look at him. Does he not look like a threat? Like, does he not look like he's perfect? Does he not look like the golden boy? Does he not like, that's my concern with him. Like,
Hmm.
he's too, like, there's too much right here. With Morgan, it's different because you're not like, oh, she's the perfect chick over here. It's like, oh, she's the
Hmm.
Olympian, she's fit, she whatever. Over here, it's like that is a fucking bullseye right there. Whether that's
Hmm.
now, whether that's in 15 tribal councils, I don't see Kayan being that final tribal pick in his case to win.
Mm-hmm.
If he is, awesome, but I don't see it. And I think
Mm-hmm.
another thing is he also was talking about some really interesting analogies pre-season, which I saw, which was actually kind of funny. She was talking about how Survivor is like a board game, and I don't know about you, Sash, but I've never played that board game before, so I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit confused where he was going with that. But it's
Hmm.
fine.
Yeah. I mean, he talked a little bit on how Survivor's a game where you can do anything immoral and you can do anything as long as it's like not illegal, essentially. And that was the part where I was like, okay, maybe if he overanalyzes too much, or if he overplays his hand too early, or shows that he is this complete package, then he could be like an early target, not an early target, but like a late pre-merge snipe before he can really like sink his teeth into the merge tribe. But uh, really, I think that these types of players who really have a balanced package are the top contenders to take the win, because we've seen it with Jericho, we have seen it with Christy. Yeah, like she came out clutch with that final immunity win. We saw it with Pia. We saw it with David. David was like the one I'm citing here as like a really strong physical player who also had the game sense. And we've also seen it with players like Haley and Liz. So yeah, I'm just really looking forward to seeing um, Kalen prove you wrong.
I just want to say this to any of the cast who might be watching this.
Mm,
I want to be proven wrong. I don't like
mm,
when we are podcasting. we aren't actively hoping you guys fail. I'm not coming into this hoping that people don't win. I think there's a misconception here that every podcaster is just waiting for your downfall. I'm not.
Mm.
Yes, I will tell you.
Oh,
Yes, I will tell
I
you.
am.
Yes, I will tell you if I think you're making a bad strategic decision. Yes, I will tell you if I think there was a bad move that was made. Yes, I will tell you what I think you can improve on. However, at the end of the day, I'm
We
the
are
guy sitting here, and you guys are the ones playing. So
exactly,
take that how you do.
and we are only seeing like 2% max, 5%
Of the
of like what's
entire,
going on.
yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. There's so much going on that we don't
In fact,
see.
I think it takes guts to do what you guys are doing. It takes guts, it takes courage to not only put yourself out there with 23 other people into these elements that where you don't have your access to your food, your shelter, your warmth, and you're going to be judged by like up to like millions of people across not
You're
only
probably
Australia but
gonna
the
get
world.
death threats at some point from some crazy fan, alright? I have full respect to every one of you on a personal
Yeah,
level. On a game level, I mean, that's what we're here for, right? We're here
yeah,
to tell, to analyze it, to
yeah,
break it down, to predict. But yeah, I mean, I love that attitude on says that.
yeah.
That's actually really funny. Um, yeah.
And no matter
Yeah,
if you're first boot or first place, like just going out there and giving it a go is something that so many, like 99.5% of people would probably never even dare do. Like, so, um, yeah, I
absolutely.
think that,
I mean, I will say, regardless on how well I think Kane is at winning this game,
mm,
I don't see him going pre-merge. So that's
nah,
good for his chances, at least. I
and
see
it's good for
him.
my draft.
Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, if we, if the person who wins this season is the last person draft, congratulations. Full credit goes to you. We're the two
Mm,
idiots. Anyways, okay.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, and
so
you can,
I.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
Cool.
no, I was just gonna say you can shame us on your Instagram. You can call us out for
You
being
can tell
too,
me, yeah, you can say that I'm never gonna win Survivor, or you can tag me. You can,
yeah,
yeah, you can comment how I was wrong. It's cool.
yeah. And we will say touche at the end of the day, and we will laugh over drinks, and maybe you can come on our next podcast and instruct us on what makes a good player.
Yeah, you can teach us. You can teach us how to predict the winner because clearly we don't know what we're doing, and that's the thing
Yeah.
I find interesting about this show. Where like the people you expect to do well don't do well, and the people you expect to
Mm,
do well, like it's just this whole thing where it's like you expect one thing, but every season is different, every twist is different, every cast is different, the way
mm,
people approach the game is different, and of course the evolution of strategy is also evolving as we,
yeah.
watch the seasons.
Yeah.
Okay,
To,
so
yeah. You go.
oh no, that was it. If you have something to say, you
Okay.
can say it.
Well, and I was also going to say to predict the exact boot elimination of the season is going to be 1 in 24 factorial, which means nobody on this planet. If you got every single 7 billion of us to do a draft, none of us will get it right. So that's how like we're gonna get it wrong. That's the truth.
We're
We're gonna get
justifying it. We're justifying before we fuck up, and we are like, oh no, we're not that wrong. As we
yeah,
get every single placement wrong.
yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I drafted Vince from 39 in my final as like runner up or something, and he went home third. So
I
yeah,
think I
that's
also thought he was gonna get runner up too. I think he was just given
yeah,
that one. No.
yeah. All right,
Fair enough.
continue.
Okay. My pick, my next pick. So I was between two people. Well, I'm between three
Hmm.
people, but I'm going based on who I think I would rather have on my team if you snatched them first. So I'm gonna go for PD. I'm gonna go for Pole. So yeah, obviously from outside perspective, a lot of people are gonna think Why did you pick Pole? Pole wasn't going to win this game. Well, first of all, perception isn't reality, and the thing is, what we might think going into a season. Obviously, look at him. He's a football coach. He's
Mm,
literally he's athletic. He is a sort of dad figure. He's also someone who I think a lot of people are going to see him and they're going to want to scoop him up as a number. I think that's good for his longevity in the game. I also think there's two types of I don't want to say dad figures, but like father figures in Survivor. There's the crazy ones who just do a bunch of dumb shit, and then
mm,
there's the ones who are like really calm and level headed. I'm trying to think about like anyone in Australia who I imagine him to be like. Imagine if Garrick last season didn't snap at Kirby. That's what I imagine
mm,
Paul D to be like. He would be the
mm.
more calm, level-headed version. He'd just be the guy who you're like, okay, this is the plan, Paul, and he'd go, okay, pull the thumbs up, and then that's it. And then he wouldn't like change his fire. He wouldn't try to like
Yeah.
dog you or anything. I think he's gonna be
Mm,
extremely loyal because of the team environment and because of the way he's just like comes across. And I think that's good for him. I think people are gonna want to work with him. So yeah.
yeah.
And also he's
I th-
likable, I will say. But
yeah.
anyways.
I think you raise a really good point about like the two fathers analogy there, because what I was going to say is that we have seen two types of dad figures in Survivor primarily, and we have seen the father figures such as Boston Rob, Matt Rogers, trying to
Russell,
think of
you could
more,
say. Yeah.
Russell Hantz.
I mean, I don't know if he's a dad, but I'd put him in the like that category.
Um,
Uh,
nah, I'm gonna disagree with you on that one.
okay, that's fine.
But I'm citing here like I'm citing Boston Rob and Matt Rogers when I say father figures who can be leaders but not overstep their leadership.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I changed my opinion because I didn't talk about
Mm,
overstepping. I just meant like the people who are like power players who like push forward an agenda.
yeah, I
Anyways.
mean, and I am thinking about like leaders such as I'm just getting my notes up here.
I honestly think,
Bruce from Survivor 46. Sorry, were you going to say something?
oh yeah, I was gonna say with that category being like a Dominic
Mm,
Abate from 36 as well.
hmm
Um,
Yeah.
but anyway,
Yeah, Dominic, yeah, great leader, and I think he is one of the greatest to never win. So, and he really did that leadership well. But and I was going to say like if he is able to be like a Dominic, a Rob, a Matt, who's able to command respect without alienating anyone, I think he could do really well because he has that football coach experience and he can adapt to a group of he can adapt to many people and coach many people. But I think if he ends up, I should say, being more like a Bruce from Survivor 45, sorry, Bruce from Survivor
45.
45, and Pat from or a Pat before he was medevacs on David versus Goliath, who were people who were perceived as bossy, overbearing, who can't adapt their leadership style to more of a group of adults rather than kids, um, I think then he'll be an early target. But it's just whether or not. And my question for him is: does he want to be seen as the Brawn tribe's leader? Because at a tribe swap or a merge, typically tribe leaders are often the first ones targeted. Like we've seen it
I
with
will
Lockie and All
say,
Stars. Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying. I will say though,
Mm,
I think someone else is more likely to get that role in their tribe, and I'll say who that is
mm.
when we get to that person.
But
In
then
my opinion.
again, will he be okay with submitting to another leader, or will it be like two warring factions and a civil war breaking out?
I mean, he is a coach, like a head coach. So you're right. That is
Mm.
definitely a point to bring up where it's
Like the head
maybe
coach
he
who's been
wants
head coach for
power.
10 years.
Wait, what?
Sorry,
What
I
did
was
you
going to say
say?
like the head coach being head coach for like 10 years, and then all of a sudden he's thrust into a game where he potentially has to forego leadership. How will he do with that? Can he walk that tightrope well? That's my question.
I agree. Yes. Yeah.
So
So
I respect it. I respect your pick.
sweet. Well, guess what? Even if you don't respect the pick, deal with it. You're gonna have to. Sorry, sorry. But anyways,
Yeah. But
yeah.
yeah,
The
I
floor is
think
yours.
I think you've struck gold. If he's that archetype you think he can be, in like that. Uh, yeah, just a
I
just a
also will
godfather.
say.
Yeah,
I also will say. I think Morgan would beat him in the end. Like, if it's them, I could see Morgan beating him. Like, if they're in the end.
yeah,
But that's
yeah.
just like outside factors. But anyways,
Mm, yeah. I mean, they first have to get to the end together, though.
I know. There's a lot of hypotheticals that we can get into later. But like,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah,
Anyways,
you're ready, dude. Say what do you want?
my next pick. Um, my next pick is someone who, although I don't see has any background survivor knowledge, similar to Morgan. Um, but based on his bio, he sounds socially magnetic. I think he could talk to anyone and be able to communicate to anyone, and will be able to really jive and fit in well with his tribe. He is physically fit, strong, and brings that dad energy that I think he could be seen as a low key leader if PD isn't the designated tribe leader. And if he knows what he's doing, if he knows strategy, and if he plays smart, he will be dangerous. My pick, ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Noonan.
Okay. That's fun. Once again, purely I need to learn more because I bought someone else. But anyways, cool.
Mm-hmm. So, um, going back to Jesse's notes that I had down here, he really struck out to me as someone who comes into this game oozing charisma and approachability. Um, he brings this fun, laid back, like young at heart dad energy, who I think could jive well with the younger people, but also have the maturity to work well with older people around his age. And in a game where relationships with everyone dictate who stays and who goes, I think it's extremely powerful to have that in your toolkit. His business background and his background in coaching means he'll know how to sell ideas, work with different personalities, and gain trust, which, as you know, are like, the core values that you need to have in this game. And the truth is, he just gives off like that Luke Toki energy that I saw, and as this fun loving, goofy energy who seems non threatening, but at the end of the day, he's smarter than people think. And that combination could be deadly. And I'm just so looking forward to seeing him play.
I will say, I think he probably has a better shot at winning than Turkey did, in my opinion.
Mm,
But
yeah.
that's interesting. I guess he was not my top. He was like top 6 on my list for
Hmm.
contenders.
Yeah.
However, I like even though I had thought about a lot of your points, there was one of your points you said that I didn't think about, which was like the business aspect in the sense that like he can sell ideas because he runs a successful business,
Hmm.
And so first of all, amazing insight. That is awesome. I think a lot of people probably
Hmm.
also didn't see that. Second, um, I agree. I think Jesse is a lock for merge. I see very little that can go wrong here.
Mhm.
I also think he's likable. Another thing to notice is where's his skateboard? Does he have a skateboard? Because I
He
joked
builds
about
one out there. He builds one out there. I guarantee it.
I joked about this in a different stream where
Mhm.
his whole thing is I teach people how to skateboard and that will make them like me. There's no skateboard out there, Jesse. And yet, can you imagine the first immunity challenge? Instead of like the ramp thing where they normally go down to grab the ring and then put it on there. Do you know what I'm talking about? That challenge?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're doing that at the first one where it's like, this is you versus whoever. He goes down there, but instead they're on skateboards. It's the most dangerous survivor event of all fucking time. They go down the skateboard. I mean, look, I know this is like crazy shit and never gonna happen, but I
Yeah.
feel like talking about it. That'd be sick. I
Yo.
would love to see a skateboard challenge. But the
Mm.
thing is, it would need to be people who can't skateboard. It would need to be people
Yeah.
who have never skateboarded. I think that would
Do you
be
remember that?
funny.
Do you remember that one challenge where like they had like two people from the same tribe medevac? Like take that, but times that like by the whole cast. Everyone has their clavicle broken. Everyone has their
Oh my god.
I can't remember the name of the forearm broken. Their wrists are broken. They cancel the season.
Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah, when we said we were talking about strategy, we meant even the strategy behind people dislocating their body parts. But okay. No, jokes aside though, I honestly do think Jesse is a pretty solid pick from your end.
Mm.
And to be honest, I'm a little bit jealous I didn't get him, but whatever.
Okay, one last thing I need to add though, and this is the only question about him, is that I don't know how much Survivor he knows. I don't know how much strategy he knows going in, and he could be like this croc figure if he doesn't know
I
strategy,
think.
where he just
I, oh, say what you're saying.
yeah,
Do you think he'll be a
he
croc,
could just
right?
be this he could just be this croc archetype that if he doesn't know strategy could just be like this headless chicken walking around just waiting to be voted off late pre-merge. But I don't think he is. I think he's very like switched on, which is going to be what takes him far.
I think the only problem is, just like I said with Kayin, he seems pretty well rounded outside of maybe the strategy department. Like he looks social. He looks like he can hold a
Mm,
conversation. Obviously, the
yeah.
second he tells people, "Hi, I'm a YouTuber. I have a business." Well, he might maybe he shouldn't say the business part, but yeah, the part
Mm,
where he's like, "I'm a YouTuber." Obviously, nowadays that's like a career option for people, so people might appeal to that. They might go, "Oh, that's cool. What's
mm,
that like?" And I think it might make people gravitate towards them, as opposed to like him also saying he helps, like, what was the word he used? Like, I don't want to say disabled kids, but like people who are different, essentially. He helps people who are, yes,
with learning
accessible.
disabilities.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you for not making me look like a dickhead. Um, he helps people with learning disabilities and teaches them how to skate and makes sport. And said that he wants to show people how to skate and make it accessible for everyone. Which I
Mm,
think if he says to someone will make people like
yeah.
him just automatically off the bat.
Yeah.
But
And even still, like having that like ability and being in that area of line of work where you are teaching children um, who it might take a lot longer for them to grasp like the idea, or in this term skateboarding, like a skill. You need a lot of patience, compassion, warmth, openness, and that is something where if you're patient and you are constantly aware and you're not shutting people off, I think that is a huge step up compared to other people. And there's another person who I think is on this tribe as well, who also works with um, people, children with learning disabilities. So I think that could be like something going on there, like an alliance. But yeah, similar to Morgan, I don't know how much Survivor they know. So yeah, I
I
think
will
that it's
say
interesting.
he
Yeah,
does give recruity vibes just based on the
yeah,
whole. He has a following already, but obviously, as you said, he could be like a croc figure where like he
yeah,
has seen the show or he grew up with the show, but he's not like
yeah,
a massive super fan.
yeah. But yeah, Morgan and Jesse, perfect foils for one another, you know. But yeah.
Yes. I
Anyways,
mean, we will get into this later, but I do think those two will work together. But that's
hmm,
a thing we'll talk about later. Okay, so
I
who am I gonna pick?
your
Okay,
pick.
yes, I am aware.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
I know it's so weird. Okay, no. Okay, I'm between two people currently. I'm gonna pick Yora N. So that's Yora Noonan. Okay.
Ooh,
So
same last name.
I know. First of all, we'll get into this later, but there was a moment that happened off screen that I will edit into this that happened between my DMs with Yora Noonan, where for like
No, you had.
we'll get into it. It's not bad. It's funny, but anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, so Yora Noonan, not only do we know who she is, she's one of the more prominent people in the sense that like we have a story arc for her. Like
Hmm.
the way I decide who I think is likely to go far, a lot of that is
Hmm.
story arc. What is the story trying to tell us? She wants to prove herself. She wants to stand out. She wants to be the Noonan of Survivor. Whether her and Jesse work together or have major beef is one thing.
The
And
Noonan
I,
Alliance.
yeah, obviously we can make hundreds of jokes about that, but like I think the Noonan, and also I want to say Survivor did Yora Noonan dirty. You put on someone with her first name and her last name. That's fucked up. Like what? Like y'all couldn't like you're the one person who's like, I want to be myself. You're like, nah, let's take that away from her. You know?
I didn't even think of that. But that was
I
so...
didn't even think of that until the second, and I was like, wait a second, there's another Yora on the card. What the
You are
fuck?
not going to be the Noonan of Survivor.
We're
Nah,
gonna see. I don't think this will happen, but in a hypothetical fantasy end, we're gonna see Jessie and Yora D team up and take her out. They're gonna be like, she's trying to take our names. Oh no, okay. So the thing, okay, so the thing is like, one, Yora Noonan is a fan. We know she's a fan because she's mentioned past moments like the Johnny Fairplay moment, which I don't know if you saw, but his grandma did recently die. So
yeah, I
it's one
did.
of those things where it's like there's the seed of her talking about it, and then like 3
Hmm.
days later he died. Well, she dies, and it's like, well, that's very poetic. And then
Hmm.
obviously that sucks for the loss. So to the Fairplay family, sorry for your loss. However,
Hmm.
if we are talking about like her chances, she's on the Brawn tribe. She's a footy fanatic. There are other people who are into footy, such as PD, who was obviously the head coach. That's a connection there.
Hmm.
She also has. I think her personality is very warm. Like sitting
Hmm.
down next to her, she seems like a person who, if I met in person, I'd be like, oh yeah, like just another person. Like she doesn't give off the like super gamey, and she doesn't give off
Hmm.
the like um. Okay, sorry, I have a mind blank. Basically, she's not giving off the like she's a massive super fan, even if she is, which is good because obviously perception is reality. And number two, like with Noonan here, she we're just looking at it. Are people really going to see it as a threat? Like, no. I don't think so.
Hmm.
The only weakness I see for Noonan is the challenge aspect, where like if she does become this big dangerous player, they might just vote her off because is she gonna win an endurance? Realistically, probably not. But obviously, we don't know what the challenges are. We don't
Hmm.
know what we're gonna see on our screens. Every season is
Hmm.
different. So, and also the other thing is, I think it's interesting because I know you haven't seen promos, but in one of the promos, she's talking about how like she goes up to Nash and she's like, "Did you enjoy that chaos you created?" Because obviously there's talks about like this whole idol situation, which I'm assuming you've heard about. Yeah, no, I don't know.
Yeah, I texted you last night about it. I'm like, oh my
Oh
goodness.
yeah, so I talked to a my fault. Yes, yes, you did.
Okay. Do you want me to yap my thoughts, or do you want
Yes,
to talk
Spitfire.
about your interaction with Laura Noons? I should say. I'm going to call her
Uh,
Noons this season because that was her self-proclaimed nickname. So
yeah,
just to
no,
avoid
no,
like clashing.
I'll put it in later. Don't worry, you guys will
Okay.
see it.
Yeah. Okay. So I am guessing that Noons is going to watch this, so I'm going to
I
be
reckon.
very careful with what I say. But um,
Oh my god.
I think Noons enters Survivor, like you said, with all the makings of a really strong social player. She is a super fan, so she knows the ins and outs of the game, like you said. And as a learning support officer, like Jesse Noonan, um, she has she is just going to be like a really nice person in general. Like you aren't going to be a learning support officer if you don't have patience, empathy, and adaptability, which will help her connect like really well on a tribe, especially with like a Brawn tribe where everyone's coming from different backgrounds of Australia. So if she can lean into that and make really strong early bonds, I think she could become a key social player like you think. But I think her biggest challenge ahead is proving she belongs on Brawn because when I saw
Yeah.
her occupation as a footy fanatic, it isn't exactly the strongest case for being labeled onto a physical tribe because although she might be a gym goer, she might be very sporty in real life. Nothing in her
She plays
bio.
for
In,
Warrington, which is like
mm,
an area where I
yeah,
live. But anyways,
yeah, but I think if she fails to prove her physical value quickly, she'll be risk being ostracized as expendable because there is a lot of muscles and guns and ego going around with physical strength on Brawn, which is the worst thing to have if you can't prove yourself on a strength-based tribe. So
I think
her
I
path,
think you
yeah,
also. Oh, say what you're saying.
yeah.
Yours was way before.
I was just going to say that her path to survival, I think, will need to be finding immediate allies and being able to market herself, just being the social magnet who's opening to everyone and just bringing that high energy morale to camp and integrating herself as a key social member. And if she can downplay her strategic sense as a super fan, I think, and she can survive those first few votes, and she can become a dangerous sleeper in this game. I think
I think
that's my
I do. I see her getting to merge, which is obviously part of the
hmm,
reason why I picked
yeah.
it. I think another thing for me is a point that you brought up that I didn't think about, but like you didn't touch on it completely, but you mentioned it briefly just there. Was
Mhm.
I was thinking about her chances of like explaining like I am abroad, but I'm at final tribal. Like if she's at the jury and she's explaining that to them, I am worried a little bit about the perception of like people being like, oh, but you shouldn't have even been put on the Brawn tribe because
Mm,
you are a footy fanatic. Which obviously that could just be external fears that kicking in that
yeah.
might not impact people, but you never
Mm,
know what people are gonna base their jury votes on.
yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, I was actually going to touch on this later, but I could see a Jesse and Laura duo really happening here, like just because of
I mean,
their
it
shared
would
connection
make
as.
logical sense, right? But the problem
Mm.
is, if I was one of them, I would be thinking, "Oh, everyone's just going to pair us together because of our arse names," which
But yeah,
obviously that
I mean,
that's
yeah,
coming from someone who plays orcs, and normally when as an Australian who plays orcs, normally if there's another Australian in the org, you get pinned with them instantly, like even if you're not close. But obviously that's
yeah,
just biased.
yeah. I mean, for me, it's more coming from the fact that they're both like learning support officers, helping those with uh learning disabilities, and he's like on the skateboarding side and she's like on the education side. So I think that's very rare to have, I guess, two people start on the same tribe with those shared qualities. So I don't know, it could be interesting. Two Noons, the Noons, Noon 1, Noon 2.
Yeah. Oh damn.
But
All
Noon,
right.
I love Noons. I am a Noons. I love her. So
I came up with something horrifying. Do you want to hear it?
let's hear it. Let's hear your
It's pretty
horrible
bad.
internal
It's
thoughts.
pretty bad. If they became a showmance, how do you think that would go?
Oh, hear me out.
I think
Jesse
Jesse's
is
got a
married.
wife, but that's not the point. And she's got a girlfriend too, which is even funnier. Sorry, that was off topic. My apologies. Anyway,
Oh yeah, I think they'll just be like a Bonnie and Clyde though, if they are
yeah, I
wives. But
reckon.
um, like if Jesse is lacking the superfan element, that's being made up by Laura. So Noons, I should say. Laura
Yeah.
is the witch.
Yep. All right.
Anyways,
Your turn.
I let me see my list now that you have taken away some of my favorites.
Okay,
No, I'm
so I'm
kidding.
gonna tell you who's left if you want me to. If not, you can.
Oh nah. I know
Okay.
you've drafted Morgan, PD, and Noons.
Okay.
So
Sweet. Yep. And you picked Max, Kay, and Jesse.
yeah. So
Sweet.
this is gonna be a very I think controversial pick. Um, and I want you to hear me out on this one because
No, sorry, can't do. No, okay, yeah, go on. Sorry.
ah, I think if this player can go far, they it will really pay off for my draft. But I think
If
this is
you're
will be a
about to pick
very
Nash, I'm gonna have to fight you. Just so you know.
I think this is going to be a very hit or miss player. She is on Brawn, and she is one of the older contestants, and
Oh no, no! Don't pick her.
She
No,
enters
no,
Survivor as one of the most experienced players on the Brawn tribe.
no!
She reminds me a lot
Sash,
of
Sash,
Janet
don't pick her.
Carbon.
I want to pick her. Sash. I think I know who you're gonna pick. No,
I
I'm
pick
gonna beg you.
Kristen
I'm gonna beg.
Allison on the Brawn tribe.
Okay.
There, the damage is done.
Okay, so go on.
By that reaction, I think you've seen some secrets, and I think I am very good at drafting. I'm kidding. I'm delusional. But
I
anyways,
mean, to be fair, I
Kristen,
didn't know who you were gonna pick. I was just guessing.
yeah,
Right.
I think Kristen enters as an aviation fighter, brings years of decades, I should say,
Okay,
of
hold up,
mental
guys. I just want
toughness.
to show you my paper. Hold up. Let me show you.
Yeah, okay.
Contenders. See? She was on that list. I'm
Ah!
so pissed. I'm livid. Okay, anyways,
These
go on.
are my contenders too. I thought you would be shitting on me saying, "Oh, she's going first," but no, you're
No,
like,
I really liked her. But anyway, say what you were
I
saying.
like her too. I think she enters this game bringing a whole like extra decade of experience that a lot of the players don't have of mental toughness, adaptability, leadership, and social awareness. as a firefighter, she's used to making these high pressure decisions in unpredictable situations, which you guessed it, Survivor. Um, I think having that extensive background where she's backpacked across every continent and that travel experience will pay well because she'll know how to connect with a wide range of people. And based on like all that, she just screams as someone who could be like a Janet Carbon 2.0, who will be this older woman figure that a lot of people will look up to as like the mother, who I don't think will overstep in a leadership situation. Despite like this, however, I think it's all going to be about perception. As an older woman on the Brawn tribe, she of course risks being seen as a liability, and I think going in, if she is as smart as I think she is, she'll know that. So she needs to prove her value like right off the bat. Players like um, Shane have shown, like Shane from Champions and Contenders 1, I should say, have shown this archetype can survive if they embrace the role of nurturing and being steady, stable, and consistent. And so, if Kristen can lean into that image of being like the innocent, sweet, caring mum who has experience, um, she can keep her strategic intentions hidden and can position herself really, really well for the long game. But if she pushes too hard, she might struggle to gain traction, bearing in mind if she doesn't make a positive impact right away, then she could be like one of the first boots. But I think um, she is aware of how this game works, and I think her best weapon will be her ability to balance her kindness and her ruthlessness, where she quotes, a common misconception about me is that my kindness is a weakness. I'm kind because I think it's nice to be kind, but if you don't deserve my kindness, I'll cut you forever. So she definitely has no problem making those like hard, decisive moves when necessary. And so I think if she maintains this approach without drawing much attention to herself, then um, I think she has what it takes to be a really underdog snake in the grass to get that title.
I agree with pretty much all of that. What I will add on to that though is what I had for her
Mm-hmm.
was I'm getting a carry on, but like way more chill. Like
Mm-hmm.
I think she, like if she can survive the first few rounds, I I really don't see people going for her. Like why would you go for
Mm.
her? Like why
Mm.
would you? Like bigger fish to fry,
Yeah.
bigger targets, bigger whatever.
Mm.
Like and also the perception of like an older person normally isn't Survivor like oh I can beat them in the end, which like
Yeah.
winning is one thing, but getting far also matters. So like her
Yeah.
early perception could help her go really deep into this game,
Mm.
and as much as we haven't really seen her on the promos, I feel like for me the fact that she is sitting next to Nash at Tribal Council in one of the promos where Nash is arguing with Morgan, and we see Kirst or Kristen basically be like, okay, so well she doesn't say anything, but she's basically sitting next to Nash, and I'm like, okay, well if Nash has the idol, the next best thing is to be the closest ally of the person who has the idol. And
Exactly.
if her and Nash are tight, I would be like obviously they could just split the votes on them and then flush the
Mm.
idol out, which is obviously a concern.
Yeah.
But what? No, I'm busy. Sorry, that was my brother, anyways.
All
Um
good.
yeah, he's like, do you want to come gym? I'm like, dude, I'm going in like 3 hours. It's fine.
Mm.
Okay. So okay, what was I saying? Okay, yeah. Basically, she's like, sorry, what was I saying? I don't know what I'm saying.
You're talking about how if she is aligned with Nash, who has the idol, then she has a
Oh,
lot more
yeah,
power than Nash.
yeah. Thank you. Um, I think the only fears I have is obviously the challenge strength aspect with her, because obviously it could be
Mm,
seen as one of the weaker links. And the only
mm,
other concern I have is um, her win equity. I think either she'll go out early or she'll go super far. As for like
mm.
sitting in the final 2 or 3 or whatever the number is, I don't know. But the fact that I think it is good that we both see good in her. Like the fact that it's not just one
Yeah,
of us, that both of us see it, I think
yeah,
that does say some good things for her future.
mm,
But yeah.
yeah. I think on top of that, um, I remember Janet was a real contender, and if she didn't get absolutely twist screwed with a coin flip,
Nullifier.
she
I
wins the
hate that
season and saves
shit.
it. She saves that season, but she wins the fire easily. And if Kristen can kind of go down and really prove people wrong in that she's not this, goat who's like lost and confused, I guess in the same way that I can't even remember his name anymore. In Heroes and Villains,
What was
the
his
other
name?
pilot, what was his name? You know who I'm talking about, though, right?
You mean Josh from Blood vs. Water, right?
He was the runner. He was like the runner up to Liz, but he and this
Max.
lifeguard guy.
Max.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If yeah, like as long as she doesn't become like just along for the ride, then I think yeah. I think, however, she is very intelligent. She won't be the type of person who will back down and submit to someone for too long. And I think she will be, yeah, very aware of her surroundings and will be just someone who's overlooked if she survives those votes. But yeah,
I just hope she isn't like a Kate, where she gets taken out as collateral damage.
yeah,
That is my only
yeah,
real fear with her. Outside of
mm,
that, like, I can see her with some. I don't know what the merge buff will be, but I
mm.
imagine Bew or Biak or whatever the fuck the color is. Like, I can
They normally
imagine
go
her
black.
with a little red buff on or what. I don't know.
But yeah, the other hypothetical is that she is kind of like a Kylie in season one, where she just gets taken out the second juror and she's just a forgettable player. But just
I
by
don't
reading
really
her
see
bio,
it.
yeah, nah, I don't see that either. But yeah.
Yes, it's a good. I love
Anyways,
how you're bringing up other stuff as well. Like I feel like it really
mm,
adds to. But okay.
yeah,
Um, my next person. Well, as you
um,
can tell, I only had 4 people written down. So this is the part where I'm actually going to spend like a solid minute trying to think. Okay. So
I
my
have a
apologies.
whole list.
Yeah, oh, perfect. Perfect. Mm.
mm. Let me see who I've got next up, actually, because I
I'm
hope that
between.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm between 3 people,
As
but
long as you don't pick, yeah.
oh, who do you not want me to pick? Can you say a name? I can't.
Oh no, no.
Yeah, okay. Um. Mm, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna pick Yogan. I
Logan, the
yes.
AFL wag.
My favorite wag. Sorry, that sounds like such a sketchy sentence. Oh my god.
Mm. I remember
Um.
when like Culpepper. Yeah, you go. Sorry, it's.
No, no. Say what you were saying. What you were saying was way
I
more
remember
interesting.
when Culpepper, Monica Culpepper, first played One World. Her title was former NFL player's wife, and I'm like, oh my goodness! Like, imagine, and I mean this in the best way possible, but I just wouldn't want to be known for
Yeah,
as
I know.
someone's like significant other. That's the thing, and I think like Noons, she has a point to prove. So I think they are just. It's like Nunes is on the Brawn, Logan's on the Brains, and they're like almost identical in their storyline, kinda. So it'll
I
just be
agree
very
with that,
interesting.
but here's my thing. Yes,
Hmm.
there are some concerns I have with her. First of all,
Hmm.
her not being her own identity is concerning. That is
Mm.
extremely concerning when it comes to her chances. Because if we're following a story, what do we know
Mm.
about her? She's a mom. Her partner is like a successful AFL person. Who is she? Like I don't know.
Mm.
However, I will say one, her voice is way different than what I thought it sounded like originally, so I am
Hmm.
optimistic about that. Two, we see her a lot in the promos, so that's either one or two things. Either A, she goes really far, or B, she gets out.
Yeah.
Three, I feel like just like Morgan, she's kinda like the her body archetype is gonna be perfect for those later challenges. She kinda looks like a Hayley a little bit, but only a bit
Mm.
more focused on like the brawn side of things.
Mm.
So that's where I'm basing it. Because I have two other people I was gonna think of picking, but obviously I can't explain my reasoning for it because otherwise then you'll know who I'm gonna pick. So um I'm trying to think what else really made me want to pick her. I think the only other thing is that out of the entire cast, she is one of the most. How do you say this? She's one of the people who have posted the most about the season. Like, when you go on social media and you're like, oh, this person
Mm.
posted a photo of one of the promos. She is one of the people who's made a TikTok about the season. You don't just make a TikTok if you're not invested, okay?
Mm.
It's the same with
Question:
yes.
has she made a merch store?
A what?
A merch store. You know when Carson made his merch
Oh,
store in
merch store.
44?
Maybe.
I
Sorry, I don't.
don't know.
I yeah, I don't
It's
know.
I,
It's possible.
there's a thing with like US. Sorry, I'm going on a bit of a tangent, but there's a
No, go on.
thing
Go
with
on.
you. There's a thing. It makes me laugh every time I think about this, but there is a thing with US players and
I know.
making merchandise. Like, and they're one-time players. They're not like legends,
I
but
know.
and
Get
it's
that.
before the season and they're advertising it. But go ahead, go ahead.
Um, I mean, I will say, I think she is a mini influencer. It hasn't been confirmed, but based on her followers count,
Uh,
I think she might be, but
recruit.
that's not confirmed. That's just what I suspect.
I mean,
As for like, the thing is, a lot of this cast, you're trying to waver between who you want to do well compared to who you think's gonna do well. I don't have a
mm,
strong opinion about Yogan. Yogan can go
mm,
out early, and I wouldn't feel that strongly about it. However,
mm,
I I can see her doing well. I just
mm,
the only fear is in one of the promos she was pretty expressive and she gave like a pretty big facial reaction. And obviously we don't know how
mm,
big of a fan she is. But just like you said
mm,
about walking with years,
yeah.
Sophie from Survivor the Bloodburst Water season, she
Hmm.
was apparently they're connected somehow, Sophie and Yogan.
Oh.
And if you don't remember who Sophie is the chick who got voted out, got voted out by her sister, and then went off
Hmm.
on all her tribe mates. So
Ah.
maybe it's a good thing that she didn't get advice from Sophie.
Hmm.
But
Mm.
yeah, I mean that's mainly it. I honestly think she's gonna. I see her being in the majority for a while, so yeah, that's why I picked her.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just writing down your picks, so I didn't
No,
pick
you're
them
good.
myself. But um, anyways, that is very. I was not gonna pick Logan until like much later on if she wasn't
I
picked.
wish I
But
had known, because then I would have picked someone else. But anyway.
oh, I mean, uh, uh, a poker player never reveals his
His cards,
secret,
yeah.
his face. Yeah, his cards. You got to know when to hold it and know when to fold it. Speaking of poker players, that we have one in the season coming up a bit
No,
later,
don't do
I
this to
presume.
me. This is the second time. Oh
No,
my god.
no, no. Trust me. I'm not picking the poker player. All right. Um, Let me just
You can
go
pick whoever
ahead with
you want.
what my thoughts about Miss Logan Johannesson from Melbourne, Victoria. Um, I
Fuck
think
Melbourne
she,
people. Says the person
is
from
there
Melbourne.
Melbourne bias in your picks?
Um, wait, how many Melbourne people have I picked? Morgan,
I'm
you're at
more.
N. Oh fuck! It does look. I look hella biased. Hold on. I didn't even notice. Maybe that's why I'm resonating with these people because I basically live with half of them. I don't
You
know.
just have a telepathic Melbourne like connection with them.
I will say PD. I don't know where he's from. I think he's from Sydney, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
No, he's from a country town in New South Wales. I
Okay,
can't
well,
name it, but
correction. Maybe
yeah,
he used to live in Melbourne. Maybe he
maybe.
travels to Melbourne on a regular basis for his football. I don't know.
Anyways, I think Logan comes in with something the same way Noons does, with something to prove. And she is on a personal mission here to prove that she is just more than some AFL wag. She is a mother, a business student, and someone who wants to carve out an identity outside of her husband's career. That drive alone can make someone a very compelling character, but it also raises a big question. Can she separate her personal goal from playing a strong survivor game? She has some strengths, like a marketing student, so she knows how to sell ideas and pitch herself well. As a mother, she likely has patience, adaptability, and the ability to manage different personalities. And those qualities alone will help her immensely with social politics. But my biggest concern about Logan is, how does she fit into the Brains tribe? She just doesn't have the traditional strengths associated with her tribe. So if she isn't contributing strategically or helping out a lot in the challenges or tribe camp, whatever, she could be seen
Yeah,
as that
whatever.
expendable
Fuck
number.
tribe camp. You have to stop, honestly.
I don't know. People have been like voted off for being lazy in the tribe camp, so
That's true.
but I think her best way of playing the game is the Smiling Assassin, the Pia Miranda game from Champions and Contenders 2, where if she leans into being that underestimated, innocent, happy-go-lucky mum who just is here for the adventure, she could build those strong friendships whilst pulling off those quiet betrayals like she did. The same way Sandra did in US Survivor, Shane Gould in 2018. But if she fails, I think she will get lost in the game and she could easily end up as a pre-merge boot. So I think she has very high variance, and it'll all be about perception. And if she can get her image like in a more positively viewed aspect by the other tribe members, then I think she will be going pretty far in the game and not be a target right away.
I've got to ask, what about Ferris Bazaar with the smiling assassin? Remember that promo last year?
Ferris, Ferris the winner.
Yeah.
Smiling is.
It's who
Oh,
knows?
I didn't pick that one up. That's a good observation. Like the smiling assassin trait is a very interesting observation. So
We'll guess
I will give
right
it to you.
there.
Like maybe she's like manifesting it, or maybe like she's maybe they put it on her because she's like secretly the winner and they're spoiling it like the idol, and pretty much 90% of the season, but who knows?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. All right. Yeah, it's your turn.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da! All right. I am going with someone
You're
who.
making a fun little intro for the podcast. Damn, man.
We can always like film the intro like I mean it's very shady, but we could film it like later on. But I don't know. Anyways, I am going with someone who is entering the game as a home state hero of mine. So there's a bit of favoritism. They enter with a mature, adaptable mindset, and I think they'll be able to recognize the risk taking and the fluidity nature of this game really well. I am talking on paper. They don't seem like the type of person who could make a charge to the title. But when you look deeper and closer, like I don't think a lot of players will, he is someone who has a full toolkit to win.
Can I guess who you're gonna
This
pick?
is, I mean, sure.
You're gonna pick Zara, right?
No. I am picking
No.
the stonemason from the Sunshine Coast, Ben Blythe.
That's a good pick.
From the
Good pick.
I am. Yeah. Anyways.
Did you just say I am? This isn't Tinder.
Yeah, I was going to say like I am winning this draft right now, but I can't say that because the season hasn't
You'll
unfolded
find
yet.
out.
So,
Give it 8 weeks.
8 or so weeks, or I can just look on the spoiled survivor, but that's cheating. Anyways, I think Ben enters this game with a mature and adaptable mindset that sets him apart from players who will crash and burn by trying to force control really early on. He seems like a risk taker, and I think he understands the social and strategic elements as well as how fluid and flexible he'll have to be to like make a deep run at this game. Comparing Survivor to Jumanji, I think he views it as an adventure first, competition second, which, in my opinion, being stuck and focused on the present is a great mentality for longevity, as you are not thinking as if you're already at the final tribal council reciting your game to the jury. It is a great mentality to always focus one day at a time. And so people who treat Survivor as an experience, such as Mark Wales, who won Blood versus Water, Mike Gabler, who was the shock winner of Survivor 43, are the people who typically have done well and can like take the win as their own, snatching it from the favorites who just play too hard. But then again, he strikes me as someone who could be a tribe leader on Brawn. And we've covered this before with others like Jesse and Petey. And so I think there could be a really interesting battle for that top dog spot. But I think he's someone, on the other hand, who can keep his testosterone, his hormones, that manliness to lead just under because he brings this maturity that will
We
really
just
pay
start
dividends.
on this podcast. Nah, it's all good.
But then again, in the past, like players who try way too hard, like Ron Clark in Survivor 38, to be an authority figure, Brad, Blood versus Water, usually get voted out pretty fast. So if he plays it subtly, uses his fatherly energy, just being humble, simple minded, appearing as just a man making his way through the game, and appears as approachable instead of threatening and bossy and kind of strong arming himself, I think he will do amazing in this game.
I think he's very personable from what I saw.
Yeah.
I I mean, I knew he was gonna be dangerous, just from an
Mm.
outside perspective, but just looking at the way he comes across, the fact that he was talking about how oh, people are gonna overlook me, I think is a crazy statement from him. I agree
Hmm.
that he has a good shot at going far and doing well. I do think it's crazy that he was talking about how he didn't know if people would overlook him, considering he's 6 foot. He's the made to be the tallest person on this cast.
Oh wow.
So I mean, there might be. I think AJ's taller. Maybe who else?
Mm.
Maybe Max, but Holly maybe, but maybe
Mm.
Rick. Like, I
Yeah.
just feel like to hear someone his size be like, yeah, people are gonna overlook me. I just think it's, it's really funny. But yeah, I don't
I
know.
mean,
I think
to be
sorry.
fair, someone like Hunter from Survivor 46 was pretty overlooked early on. So even though
Yeah,
he was really tall,
that's
so
true. I mean, I don't know. Either way, let's talk about what we do know for a fact. What we do know for a fact is he knows the show. He's been watching for the years. That is good. Basically, he's debated to be one of the strongest on Brawn and just the
Woo!
strongest in general. So
Mm.
that's sick for his chances. They're gonna want to keep him around, especially if he has um tends to fire, cuts certain things, does all the man roles or provider
Mm.
role, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Um, I don't know. I think my only fear with him is I think he is like a Matt Rogers sort of character where he'll take control early on. I think he'll get smooch, but would you want to sit next to him in the end? Because I wouldn't. Yeah, just based
No.
on what we know about him, I wouldn't want to. Especially because he's a parent as well. There's so many parents on this cast, which make me think there's probably a parent alliance that could happen, but also
I
we
mean,
don't know.
average age is 35, so it isn't surprising. So
Yeah.
yeah. I just imagine him being just this quiet, easygoing leader, similar to like a Matt Rogers in All Stars, but just not as he doesn't come off as schemy or sleazy. He knows how to control himself from being that overplaying dominant person that nobody wants around because he is a threat if he is seen as a leader. But I think given that he's watched the game, given that I don't think he's a recruit, I think that he
He's
comes
not.
in with a more experience. Is he a recruit?
No.
Yeah. Okay. But he comes in with experience, like of the game that that you said that I don't think Jesse has. Maybe PD doesn't have, but and so he can let those bigger
He's been
personalities just.
watching for a while, but I don't. When
Oh.
people say they're a super fan, obviously that varies.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, but he can just let those bigger personalities like Morgan and Nash and just those other I don't know aside from a couple trailers who will be like explosive, but I can make
Oh, I'll
assumptions
tell you.
and
We'll get into that later. I'm
yeah, but
so-
Ben just strikes me as just the Giga Chad of the season. He's just him. He's just like absolute, peak in what like a man should be like like stereotypically online perceived on the internet like a strong like muscular but also hardworking and just gentle humble and et
yeah,
cetera et cetera, but that's just my take.
totally fair. And also, like how we were both laughing at the way you were describing it too. I just because it's like, how do you talk about his manliness without making it fucking weird? It's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm not, yeah.
Oh no, so what you're saying?
Anyways, that Ben is my fifth pick for that
Yeah.
reason, and I think my picks are getting really stacked, and I just have a
I
feeling.
Hmm. I want to say my picks are kind of thick, but I feel like that shouldn't be said in 2025. Like, we need to grow up. So, I don't know. Okay, so, uh, yeah, I mean, I don't, as I said before, I think Ben's going to get to Berg. I don't see that being a problem for him. Like, even if he is the underdog, I just don't see him lasting it. But that's a separate issue. All right. Next up. Okay, wait. Yep. Let me see how many we've done. 1, 2, 3,
I
4, 8, 9. Okay, 9 people. Okay, next. I'm going to pick. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna pick AJ because I was gonna pick him before.
No, that
Okay,
is
so
crazy.
I know, crazy take. Okay, so the thing with AJ is, one, he's a super fan. That's an awesome. Obviously, as you said before, there's two types of super fans. There's the ones who play way too hard and bury their game, sort of like an AK in his original season, or there's the type of super fans who, if they can survive diversity rounds, they make an impact, sort of like a Hayek, sort of like a George, sort of like these other characters. So that's good. I think his demeanor is very calm. I think I don't know what his plan is going into the season, if he's going to hide his a poker player, because poker players don't normally do super well on Survivor. But I do
I was
know
about to
that,
say.
yeah. The only reason I knew that was because of Shannon Gus, for the record, because of ROKP. But, it's one of those things where, like, I'm trying to think about what is bad about his game. Because he seems very calm, he seems relatable, he seems chill, he seems personable. He seems like someone I would naturally gravitate to, just knowing nothing about him, just from first impressions. I think he can bro down if he needed to. I think he could hang with the chicks if he needed to as well. I think my only real, like, I can see when I looked at this cast, as soon as I saw his video, I was like, he's making merch. Like, there wasn't a second of doubt. It wasn't like he might make merch. It was like, he's making merch. He's in top 13, top whatever number, like. And I think the fact that I can instantly just be like, yep, and feel so confident about it. I mean, obviously that could just be my ego, but like, I genuinely do think that that's good for him. Yeah, I also think a lot of the personalities on Brain, I think he'll be more under the radar. I think he's because you look at the personalities on his tribe. Yora, Max, Miles, Ken, Rick. Like, there's a lot of personalities on his tribe, so I really do think he's gonna be able to stay in the shadows a lot. But yeah, that's my reasoning.
Okay, I have a lot to say about AJ because AJ, if you're listening to this, I love you, mate. You sound like a bloke, but I would have picked you last.
Oh,
And
okay, go on.
I have reasons for this. AJ is a poker player, and there is a notorious thing called the poker player dilemma, and some Redditor summed it up really well when they said, poker players aren't necessarily going to succeed at Survivor for the same reason chess grandmasters don't. The key element in Survivor isn't strategic thinking, it's about forming connections and friendships quickly. And so coming in with a background in poker, typically the analytical, deception heavy playstyles often clash with Survivor's core principle, which I just stated is they're a social game. And reading his bio, I just think he seems oblivious to that fact because he believes Survivor is purely about reading, deception, and working out who is playing who, rather than integrating himself early on into some alliance and with others. His plan to dish out fake compliments that I read suggests that I think he's focused way too much on the manipulation side of things
That is
and
so bad.
underestimates
That was
how
like
quickly people will see him. That like through it's so easy to see through that, like, that fake BS of insincere flattery. So um it's just I think he's coming in with the wrong mindset. And I think we've seen it in the past, like Garrett in Kagayan, Evan in 2016, um, Adam 2017, Jean Robert, Ronnie in Island of the Idols, the first boot. And I if he wants to be quote unquote remembered as the best Survivor player ever, not just in Australia, I really want to be the most fun, entertaining, strategic everything, end quote. You don't win Survivor by announcing that. You have to win by playing a fluid, adaptable game, not bigger moves.
I
And
will
I
say
think
it's
AJ,
better that he's not pulling a Nash. But
mm,
either way, though, I do get what you're
I mean,
saying.
I'm writing all this down before I saw any trailers. So
That's
I think if he can dial back that idea that he has in his head of a legendary game and focuses on building those social connections early on instead of trying to outdeceive on day one, I think he will. I think he can make it past the first few tribals, but I still think he gets booted before merge, and if not like the first or second tribal, just because he overplays his hand way too fast. And um, I want him to prove me wrong. Like I said earlier on, I would love for him to prove me wrong, and he is this quiet, methodical snake in the grass that doesn't peak too early. But I just don't see it based on his bio. I think he is too set in stone about what he wants to do versus what can happen.
I get what you're saying. Here's not my rebuttal, but yet my response to that.
Hmm.
Okay, so to start off with, yes, it is concerning to hear him say, um, talking about constant perception, trying to like out to one up each other, like one up other people and manipulate them.
Hmm.
However, I'd rather someone, in my opinion, I would rather someone who was thinking about how they're going to one up each other than someone who doesn't think about it at all. Because at least he's
Mm.
trying to play the game. As a
Yeah.
The only other thing that I have to say is I also feel that a lot of his "I want to be the best to ever play" mentality is just his fandom. It's not that he's actually this crazy dude who plans on doing a bunch of crazy shit. Realistically, maybe he said that to get casted. Maybe
Mm.
he is trying to put on a bigger persona because he wants people to, I don't know. I don't know. Whatever the
I remember
situation is,
I remember Dan Giesling in Big Brother, if you've ever watched that show.
I have,
He is
yeah.
like, yeah, he's like one of the best players in the US edition, but he said a whole lot of controversial shit to the casting directors to manipulate them to casting him, and it worked. So who knows?
I just feel like, for me, I'll talk about my personal like fandom with Survivor just real quick. Um, so for me, the reason why I put say higher than I normally would, or like would have used to, is because I've gotten to a point where like my fandom is so high to where if when I play Survivor, like if I ever actually got on the show when I played, that would be the mindset I have too. I'd be thinking, I want to be memorable. I want to have an impact. I want to, because like it's something I care about, right? So I do
Mm,
think a lot of the the things that he's saying come from a I don't want to get purpled. I don't want to go out early. So, yes, obviously that is concerning. But if you're at, it depends how you view it. Is it he's coming in way too hot, or is it he wants this? Like you know how people get in their own way. Like if you want something and people can,
mm,
it's which one is that? And also, if he does
yeah.
get in his own way, how is he going to get through it? Can he adapt?
Mm,
Can he if he goes in with a stubborn strategy, can he Like, if he wants to stay OG Brain strong and his tribe doesn't, what will he do? Or like whatever the situation is.
Hmm. Yeah, but that's a very. I think that pick is very high risk, high reward. If I'm being completely honest. So, but I
Yeah,
respect it.
that's what you're gonna do on Survivor, guys. Gotta play the odds. But okay. Yeah, it's your turn.
Ooh, okay. Let's see who is next up on my list of legends. I've pretty much been just going down my list like almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm being completely honest, like I've just been very lucky with who I've been able to
Yeah,
score. But
right.
now I'm kind of moving away from um like the S tier people who I think are serious threats to the crown, and I'm now moving into like the A tier who have strong potential if they avoid like just clumsy early mistakes. So my next pick is let me just get to the page. Um my next pick
You sound very
is
confident in your pick.
coming in as one of the biggest personalities on the Brains tribe. I think they bring this energy and their history from their industry, working with diverse personalities, will help them navigate this game immensely. But their self-described stir-the-pot nature could easily backfire. Ladies
Oh
and
no.
gentlemen,
Don't
Rick
pick him.
Hughes from Brains.
Oh no. I'm
That
actually
that's
so
my pick.
happy. I didn't want him on my team.
Okay,
I
okay.
think he's gonna get pre-merge. I think he's gonna get
Pre-merge.
I think he's gonna get a Viola edit. That's
Really?
yes, that's my prediction. But we'll see.
Do you want to hear my thoughts, or do you want to like
Yeah,
expand on
I
your
do.
Viola predicament? Okay.
Talk about
Um,
anything.
I
Yeah.
I think he enters this game as this big ball of energy, as like a kid trapped inside a 38-year-old film director's body. He is buff. He is fit. He will help his tribe immensely, given it's the Brains tribe. And I think work as a director, he can work with many different egos and personalities. Um, however, I think um, he needs to manage his threat level extremely well. He his self-described stir the pot, where he could play to unpredictability and make unnecessary like waves, could mean that he just destructs and goes early. But I think if he can just survive by staying around, being behind like bigger targets, the same way Mark Wales did, the same way Todd did in China, and he lets others take the heat while he quietly maneuvers, I think he could go really far. I think it's just about um, his greatest enemy being himself. And so I think players who obsess over making big flashy moves typically destruct. Like we've seen it with Henry and All Stars, Stephen Bradbury and Champions and Contenders.
You could
When you're
even
too focused on
say
a
oh, say what you're saying.
yeah, I
No,
was going
you
to
go.
say if you're too focused on the theatrics rather than building relationships early on for your long-term strategy, he could be on the receiving end of a blindside rather than orchestrating one. So Um, like your pick with AJ, Rick is my high risk, high reward pick, and
Yeah.
I think he either thrives or crashes, entirely dependent on his ability to rein himself in. And if he channels his creativity into subtle, well-timed moves, then I think he is a sneaky late game contender.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so hmm. Give me a second. I'm just gonna process that. Oh
Am
god.
I speak? I have a question. Just am I
Yeah, yeah.
speaking too fast, or is it
No,
all good?
you're good. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
No, it wasn't like, "Oh, I need to process what you're saying." It was more of just
Oh,
like,
okay.
I'm trying to think because I had something in my head and I forgot what it was, and now I'm trying to
Oh,
think about what I was thinking, but don't
oh,
worry.
I hate that.
Uh, it'll happen. If
Okay,
it's
talk about
important,
Viola. Talk about the Viola
yeah.
connection.
Um, well, obviously, a lot of my takes are the edit. Obviously, I've seen a lot
Hmm.
more than you have when it comes to like promos and like
Hmm.
uh outside influence. So it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, in one of the promos, the first ever trailer that was posted, it was like him at he was one was him in confessional being like I'm say him as in Richard. He was in confessional
Mm.
and he was like talking about whatever, and then it was at him at tribal, and he was like, "These are my peeps. This is my
These are
fam."
my boys.
But the thing is, as much as I love that line, it gave the same edit as Viola, in my opinion, because
Mm,
Viola got super fucking hyped in the pre-BR season, as we've seen,
mm.
and then she went out swap. She just gone like nothing, and I think the thing is another thing that doesn't help is he's had the same. Like Viola's big thing was not today, Rebels, not today when she was pulling the rope. And now
Yeah,
we're a year later, and he has this phrase that he uses. Obviously, that could just be massive coincidence, but the way they're editing it,
yeah,
it does give me concern. And even if that isn't the case, he's openly admitted his wife knows he's a pot stirrer. And if his wife like, it just doesn't scream good. It's
stirring the
not.
pot in the bed.
Actively coming and saying, "Oh, you're gonna stir the pot," is horrible. And the
Yeah,
thing
it
is,
is.
so one of your points that you mentioned earlier about like David being a good strategic player or whatever, I might not 100% agree with that, but I will say I do think it's interesting to point out there's the people who are good at the game, but maybe don't understand the game on a whole strategic
Mm,
level, and then there's the people
mm.
who are like super fans who understand the game, and I think there's a weird discrepancy between being like a good player and making a flashy move that's right for your game. I think there's a lot of
Mm.
like intermingling that's going on in the cyber community because I look online and people will be like, "This person is a good player," and then when I look at it, I just see like what's wrong with their game. But when everyone else looks at it, they're like, "Oh, this is," they're like, "But it doesn't matter because they got away with it, whatever, right?" And
Yeah,
it's like it's
I think.
that weird
Oh,
discrepancy on like what do you value more important? For me, obviously
mm,
as a podcaster, the super fan, I care more about the strategy more than like making good TV. But
yeah,
obviously someone like Nash, for example, he's whether or not I'm assuming Nash is gonna watch this at some point. But whether or not
mm,
that was a good strategic move probably doesn't matter to him. As long as he gets
yeah.
away with it, I think that's all he really cares about. But it really depends on how you do it.
I have my firstly, hi Nash, if you're watching this. Secondly, typically the best winners of the game play the most boring games, and we've seen it with
I will
Sandra
say,
in both her
yeah.
times. We've seen it
Oh,
with Gabler. We saw it with Yam Yam. I think also Erica in Survivor 41 played a pretty like low key game. Tommy
I
Sheehan
honestly
wasn't the
think
most exciting.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. In my opinion, the most important skill other than like just win acuity is perception
Mm,
with your threat management.
exactly.
That's what I value the most. And if I
Mm.
was going into a season, that's what I would focus on.
And that's
But
what we've been
obviously,
kind of saying.
yeah. But obviously, um, people value different shit. So,
Mm,
you
yeah,
know,
I think yeah, what one season might value, another season might think, oh, that's not what we value. Let you
yeah.
get out the door.
Because I think
But I
there's,
think as it,
I don't know if you've heard about this, not to cut you off, but have
mm,
you heard the thing where it's like if you had one person simulate play 100 games of Survivor, how well would they do on average? Have you heard of that analogy?
Yes, I saw that thread just this morning.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this
Okay.
is just my opinion. You can disagree, but like for me, some of the best Australian Survivor players that people call the best, I think, have good. They have good things about them that there are good attributes about them that can make them a good
Mm,
player. But if I had to pick who I would draft if it was like life or death to win a season, I would never pick these players. I'm
mm,
talking like a George. George is. I wouldn't pick George. I wouldn't draft
mm.
George. I wouldn't
Yeah.
draft David. Why? Because threat management. Because of all these
Mm,
other things that you've been told, like, hi, don't make a flashy move, and then David will go on blindside Daisy. Like, it's all of those things where they're like, this is what you should do, but the thing is, like Kirby last season, right? Kirby was such a controversial character because she was doing things that didn't make strategic sense, but she got away
mhm,
with it. Like, it didn't
mm,
hurt her game, which was this
mhm.
weird thing where, like, obviously from a from gameplay where like, what the fuck are you doing, Kirby? But yeah,
Mm.
I mean, she made it to top 5, so yeah, it's just one of those
Yeah,
things where it's like what you should do versus what you are doing. But anyways,
yeah. It all depends on your perception as your outside perception of people and how much trust and investment you have in certain relationships. Because I find that the players, and you mentioned this before, who will just never win, like even if they get to the end, they'll just be like a power goat because they are seen as someone who burned bridges along the way due to their flashy moves. That 100 times analogy is a really good thing because we're thinking about consistency over what would be like consistency to win, not consistency to be like the player of the round because you pulled off the royal flush of like rounds when George gaslit Simon that badly that I felt bad for
yeah,
him.
yes, that was great TV. Yes, there were good
Yeah.
parts where it did help his game, but
Mm,
calling yourself the king is
mm,
stupid. That's not gonna help you with Survivor. But
yeah.
that's a whole separate podcast, so we'll stay on track with
Exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. But yeah, I back to Rick. Rick is someone that I just love his energy. Honestly, so he's just someone who I'd pick as more of a yeah, in the same way like Luke Toki, you know, that's that very
I'm
Aussie
I'm
larrikin
getting
type guy.
um Benny from Blood vs. Water. So
Benny
he was
from Blood versus Water.
yes.
Remind
He
me
was
who he
partnered
is.
with Shay.
Huh?
He was partnered with Shay.
Oh yeah, I remember him now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm
I
just
I
letting you have your moment. Anyways.
hmm. I thought you were talking Benny from like the app from like the
No.
original Brenton Moore. I'm like, oh no. I remember that
No.
guy. Anyways, your pick.
Alright. No, I was not talking about Benny Birdo, which he follows
Oh
me on
my goodness.
social media, by the way. He is like like me, any survivor Yum and I follow me on social media.
Yeah.
Out of any Yamamai, it's him. Like,
Benny the real
so
estate from Los
random.
Angeles.
I guess so. I don't know. Um, I guess he's secretly a massive fan. I don't know. No, jokes aside though, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hi
you picked
Benny.
Rick. I'm gonna pick. Hmm. Hold up.
Let
Okay,
me. Ooh. What you
I
gonna
will
do? What you
say
gonna do?
I don't know if I mentioned this before or not, but a lot of the people
Mhm.
who I am rooting for, I don't think are gonna do well on this season. Which, like, that's just personal bias, but it is something to note.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Uh,
going to be interesting.
okay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna pick. Oh my god, why am I struggling? I guess everyone. Hmm. Okay. Am I gonna? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pick Zara, and the reason why I'm picking Zara is because I think she's gonna
Ooh.
go far. Do I think she's
Hmm.
gonna win? No. But if I'm looking at everyone else, there's no one who I'm like, oh, like I think we've picked everyone who I think could win this season. So now it's just
Hmm.
picking like everyone who we might think could do well. Because
Mm.
yeah, I just feel like Zara. I mean, first of all, it shows in one of the promos, spoiler, that she may or may not survive a tribal. So that's good.
Oh, come on. You're looking at you're cheating. I'm kidding.
Well, that's not the main reason, for starters. The main
Hmm.
reason is because I feel like I have well, the thing is, like, okay, I guess it is cheating. Let's be real. But I, I'm not a scam, guys. I'll tell you how it is. But
Hmm.
the thing is, like, for Zara, even though on paper she's the exact type of person I would never draft on my team. I would not want
Mm.
her on my team 97% of the time.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, I say unfortunately. I don't know if you saw, but David Forrester, who's an executive producer, he said a thing where they tell the players before the game how to play the game. Like they give them
What?
advice.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I'm so
They
confused.
they started doing that last season, which obviously impacted the season because otherwise, there wouldn't have been as many flips and blindsides and stuff. Basically, what they told them was, okay, um, the something to the effect of like, you guys need to vote off people who you can't work with, which sounds like such a basic and simple thing that everyone would already know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you look at how the season went last season, based on that information, it changes the whole game. Your perception of
Mm.
the season changes. At
Yeah.
least mine did. Because, like, you look at, like, 4 of the main characters going super far, Kirby, Ferris, Mark, Carrion. In any other season, that would never happen. One of them would
Yeah.
get taken out. 2 of them would get taken out.
Yeah.
So I think it is one of those things where it's like, how much is production actually influencing the show? But obviously, I'm not gonna go any more into it because I do wanna get
Yeah.
caught, but
I mean, I don't know. I That definitely does change my perception of the show if they're just kind of scripting it low key. But
they're not
if
telling
it
them what to do, but they're giving them advice, which
oh
is basically the same thing.
okay, like if they're just giving the generic advice to the recruits, then I don't see a
It's like,
problem in that.
you need to target people who aren't gonna work with you, which,
Yeah, but
yeah, I
that's
don't
like
know.
saying if you're that's like saying if you're the last one standing, you win the 500 grand. But um,
I know it's
it,
simple on paper, but I really do think it did impact the season. But that's just
I
my
have
opinion.
interesting things on Zara. Um, so Zara is also from my hometown, Brisbane, Queensland. Brisbane represent. She is a PTA vice president or president, which is, I believe, it's a parents and teachers association at a school or a university. But she is also a lawyer and a finance planner. So she has a whole range of degrees, and she can just bring that analytical and manager manager mindset in that could make her a strong strategic player, right? But I think the biggest asset is her ability to manage people because PTA politics are notoriously difficult to navigate, and it's all about like negotiation, conflict resolution, and that's all stuff that is an underrated asset in this game. If she uses her ability to listen, mediate, and subtly push her agenda, then yeah, you're right. I think she becomes an underrated power player, kind of similar to a Carolyn. And physically, Zara's there. She is the cheerleader that we referenced earlier, and she run the New York Marathon. Like, who runs a freaking marathon? Those things are tough.
Crazy.
So she's not just a brain. So I think she can bring that like that's endurance to the brains, where she won't be like that older female early boot curse in a way. So here is my hesitancy against her. While Zara may thrive in a controlled environment where planning and organization is key, Survivor throws that all out the window. And it's a game of unpredictability and uncertainty. And you really have to expect the unexpected when playing the game. And so I think her rigid, hyper organized mindset, the CEO of my household type thing, could be a massive liability if she can't adapt to the nature of the game if things don't go to her way. If she tries to micromanage her tribe like she
I
would
think she will.
in like
I think she will try.
yeah, it like if she tries to micromanage, it just will come off as irritating, and especially when you're in those elements, like you're already stripped down emotionally, so you won't like the smallest things
You
will
want to
just
know
piss
what she
people off.
said to someone?
Oh, what? Let me guess. I don't know. You tell me.
In one of the promos, she was talking about someone, and she says she was whispering to someone, and she's like, she's very good at railroading people, which is a concerning
Oh,
statement. That is
okay.
bold.
I mean, I love that you picked her sixth because I was not planning to pick her, but I
You're
think
welcome.
people don't want a boss on Survivor. They want a number. They want an ally. And so, um, if she's thinking about if she is thinking about being a dictator rather than an advisor, um, then she goes home really early. But she needs to adapt, or she will be seen as an early boot. I think that's point blank. Her best chance at success, I think, is someone who makes people feel heard and tries to quietly like orchestrate their perspective, subtly pushing her agenda behind the scenes, so that she can keep that agency and control, and use those leadership skills, that intelligence. But it'll just be on how well she integrates into those social dynamics in the first place. Where if she can listen more than she leads and let others, like the bigger personalities, take the heat, she could be like a strategic dark horse. So I think if she can adapt well and comes in with the right mindset, which based on this bio, I'm just not getting any like promising uh, values from, then my prediction is mid pre-merge boot, if not earlier, because she will try to micromanage and it will just, run her off the tribe as soon as she gets on it. So,
I think she's
but
gonna get like top 6, and then she'll get cut.
really,
Maybe, yeah.
really, I feel like if she, yeah, you go. I need
Oh,
to hear this.
I mean, obviously, this is based on very little. This is just a gut reaction. There's not much to back
Mm,
my theory. It's more just like
yeah,
but
yeah. But I think if she just plays like a calm advisor CEO like Janine Alice. I guess she was 6, like Janine was 6,
Love
so that's the best
Janina.
case scenario.
Are you a Boost
Yeah,
Juice fan?
I freaking love Boost Juice. Don't get me started. But if she positions herself as that trusted like mother strategist that everyone can flock to, then yeah, I think you're right. Bang on. Well done. And I will congratulate you in 8 weeks' time.
Well, no, we gotta congratulate her. She's the real winner, right? If she
I
does
mean,
it.
you saw her potential as well, like so.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
All right, your turn.
Whew, man, oh man, we are getting into the thick of it. We are over halfway too. How about that?
I know, crazy.
Let me see my
I
list.
will say, once we get to the portion where we've drafted, the second part will be way more fun because we're
Yeah.
talking so analytically, like yeah.
Yeah, we're like, those football commentators, like at the university pro level games, like who just analyze each play. But
Yeah.
anyways, my next pick is from the Brains tribe. They are smart, they're calculated, and if they socialize well, they are bloody dangerous. I am talking about Miles Kua.
I mean, I think he will go far. But
Um, I'm I'm just shocked that like none of us have like picked him
I
like
actually
yet.
said
Like
none of us. Like, there's more than 2 people here. Like, I have like 5 people in the background, just like voting.
um uh, I'm just surprised honestly you haven't picked him, but I think
I
he
mean,
enters
I get
Survivor.
why. I just
Mm,
don't see him winning, so I didn't pick it.
yeah. I'm picking people in the draft based off longevity as well as winning, in case there's like a point system or something.
I guess
But
I should have picked him, but yeah, like no regrets.
yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, like why I'm picking him, and I feel honestly bad because I left him this late. And Miles, if you're watching this, I honestly should have picked you like fourth or third. But I think
Right, okay, let's just
Miles,
quickly go through who you picked. Sorry, not to cut you off. Okay, you
yeah,
picked
I picked
Max,
Max.
Kayan,
Yes,
Jesse.
let's see,
You picked Kristen.
Kristen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. That's all.
yeah.
Go on.
Um, I think he enters as this classic brains stereotype where he is this numbers driven thinker who can use statistics and probability to navigate this game. He has this sharp, calculated mind from his background as a financial analyst. And I think his love for statistics implies he'll be looking at every single opportunity from a probability based perspective on how it benefits himself first. And so when I think about other archetypes similar to him, he just gives off major Adam Klein, Christian Hubicki vibes. The super fan who understands the strategy deeply and wants to use logic to outthink his competition, if you get what I mean. If he can apply his knowledge in a way that's digestible for others, I think he could be a major strategic power player in this game. But you want to know his secret weapon? His pole
Yeah,
dancing hobby.
of
I'm calling it
course.
here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
I
think
mean, that will help him,
he's
like, with
yeah, it
endurance.
will. That's what I'm saying. It will help him. Like he has that body weight strength that will help him a lot in those, like not only the individual immunity challenges, but just in pretty much any physical related task for his tribe. So I don't think he'll be like an immediate like outer. But the only other side of him that I wanted to touch on is, can he avoid being too gamey? I think my biggest
He looks
concern with him
gamey.
is his social adaptability. So and I've seen many analytical players in the history of this show who have struggled when they focus
too much on logic and numbers and forget that this at its core is a social game. And so I think
Yeah.
if he leans too hard into those statistics and gets too much in his mind about the probabilities without forming connections first and foremost, I think then unfortunately he gets ostracized and targeted like Evan or John Lovett in 47. So, but
You
I
know what
think,
he needs to do? He needs
yeah,
to avoid Max. Okay, I think these two are gonna be like best fucking friends. Alright, he needs to stay the fuck away from Max because Max is gonna bury him.
You
But
know
that
what's
we can
really?
talk about.
I actually had Max and Miles as a predicted alliance.
I think they are, but we'll get into that in like an hour or when we
Okay.
finish.
I think best case scenario, he balances his analytical thinking with a goofy, nerdy, charismatic presence. And if he can channel that inner Christian Hubicki charm or Adam
His inner
Klein's like relatability.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
what we're gonna
Yeah,
say every
everyone.
time we get on this podcast? I'm gonna be like, hey guys, I am back with Ash. He's channeling his inner Christian Hubicki here. That's awesome. I love it. That's sick, dude.
I bet. I was gonna say that he would be like an endgame contender for the crown, the same way, like the nerd takes the crown and is the underdog the whole season. But
Fuck the
if he
cool
comes off
kid.
as too, if he comes off as too robotic or disconnected from the social game, then yeah, he's gone. But I just think that he's a mastermind in the making with his pole dancing that will help him to work his way to the final tribal council. Yeah, he's just gonna rizz up, get his social game there by showing his pole dancing on a tree or something.
I was gonna rizz up his social game. Oh god. Okay.
That's a nice
Awesome.
opinion.
Can't wait. Miles. He wants to use statistics. That's great, but did he statistically analyze the edit? Like, did he realize his edit isn't giving winner? Because that's what I've noticed. Sorry, Miles. Love you, Miles.
Aww.
If I'm wrong, he can next. He can do his little pole dancing. I'll go to one of his shows. But yeah, no, I mean honestly, like, yeah, I think he is a Murdoch. I find it very hard to believe the edit he's getting where he won't make an impact in some way. That would just be really weird. I guess my only concern per se, other than like what I said about Max, is like his. I mean, I don't know how he's gonna hide his threat level when he looks like the stereotypical Asian player who gets targeted because they're smart. So I don't really know
But
how he's gonna.
I feel like this is then again such a diverse cast. Like you have like Corinne, you have Indy, you have I'm looking at this cast right now. Like
Morgan,
you have
yeah.
like a whole range of different people from different backgrounds that I don't think anyone will be like a sore thumb sticking out
I hope
unless their career is
because that
not
would be dog
aligned.
shit. But
Yeah.
we'll see. I do think that regardless of what happens, I think we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I think Miles is gonna be someone we might mention in the future, like for future seasons. I think he
Oh,
might be.
100%.
I think it's gonna be one of those people who we do bring up and be like, "Hey, remember when Miles did whatever?" But I don't know.
Yeah.
That's. Do you have anything else about Miles or?
I mean, I think, and I cannot remember who the first boot of the original Brains and Brawns was,
Phil.
but maybe he could step into
You
Phil's
don't
shoes as
remember
like the
Phil?
quirky.
You don't remember my best friend?
Come on,
It's
come on.
Phil, dude.
He's like he's the fun-loving nerd wearing the glasses, and he could do what Phil couldn't.
Yeah.
Nah, but
I mean,
I think
honestly, I think they would get
I like
it.
his energy.
I think they'd be friends, but
yeah, I love Miles's energy though. Like just enjoying the tribal council chaos, just laughing and being like, Nah, it was I think he's a chill guy.
well, if he's not, at least provide TV, I guess. I don't know. All right. So, okay. It's my pick. Okay. I'm going to pick. This is the part where we take even longer to pick because it's even harder to decide who you want on your team.
Okay, describe who you're picking. Okay,
Well, I don't
build
know
it up.
yet. I need to think.
Ooh.
As I told you, I had like my first like top 4 contenders, and I got I got 3 of them. I got my top 3. My 4th one you stole, but okay. So
What you gonna do? What you gonna
I'm
do?
gonna pick.
What you gonna do?
Oh no. I'm gonna pick Kate, and I am picking her for a few reasons. First of all, her name rhymes with hate. Secondly, sorry, my apologies. I don't know if you saw on the Reddit when the cast got leaked by reality TV and on social media. It looked like it said hate as her name, even though it was just the way
Oh,
written. It was really
yeah.
funny.
No, I didn't
Yeah.
see that.
I was like, her name's Hate. The fuck? Like, who would name their child that? But anyways, so yeah. First of all, she runs with hate. That's my main reason for picking her, by the way. Secondly, she's in a shit ton of promos. Like,
Ooh,
out of everyone, she's probably in the top 5 of who's in the most promos. Almost
yeah.
seems. Like, you see her at Tribal, you see her at a challenge, you see her jumping into the water. Like, there's a lot going on here, which says good things for her or at least short-term longevity. As for, and they like different stuff too. But as for like her winning potential, her personality, her strategy is really weird. She came in with the strategy of like, I want to play like a blonde Insta guru, but like,
Yeah, that was so weird to read.
the thing is, as much as that's a whatever strategy, that's fine. Like, I get it. Her being like, yeah, I'm gonna wear denim to appear more feminine. That is not feminine. All right. I just want to say, when I look at her and I see her in denim, I think, oh, she's a guy's girl. That's what I think. But obviously, that's just my perception. But yes.
I have a few. I have, of course, I have some like notes written down. When I saw her bio, when she was entering the game plan with like that wild choice to wear rhinestones and denim, it feels less like a smart decision and more like a miscalculation on how first impressions work in the game. She is entering this game, I just think, with a very questionable game plan that is very disconnected from what you would see someone who's typically prepared for the game would do. And yes, she wants to be seen as her bubbly, clueless, girly girl Instagram persona, while secretly being like this mastermind to surprise them. However, I feel like if she comes across as someone who isn't taking the game seriously or is perceived as physically weak, she could just become an easy early target, especially in a tribe that prioritizes strength and power and ego and whatever early on. And so wearing those clothes and putting on this girly girl personality might come off as if you just aren't taking this seriously. And we see in this game that players are here to play, and they won't. Takes not taking anything serious as a perception won't cut it. So the other thing I saw was that she openly admits that she wants to play emotionally. Well, and so
Oh,
while
not good.
yeah, did you see that?
I did see that, but I was hoping we could shove that part under the rug to make my draft look better. Yeah, no, I
And
saw that.
so
I
like
think the thing with me is I picked. Sorry, not to cut you off.
yeah,
I guess my thing was like I honestly don't like take what her strategy is out of it. She's going far. I just think she's going to go far, which is why I picked her overall. But say what you're saying.
look, I think I see what you're saying, but this is a big yes, but I think players who can't separate that emotion from their strategy often find themselves on the outs and completely clueless, even if they make it far. And they often find themselves just, yeah, like they can't recover when the game takes a turn on them. And so I 100% believe she screams recruitment material, like, because I haven't seen
Yeah.
anything where she
I
knows the
did see
game
on
well.
socials she is constantly plugging the game. And I did hear a rumor that she might be a fan, but I don't have confirmation.
Yeah. So, and I think, like you said, like if she does make it far, her biggest strength will be her ability to stay in the moment. And as she said, like she's playing for the experience, not some grand, pre-planned, big moves symphony of an end game. And that could work in her favor if she can find a way to integrate herself socially and let the stronger personalities take control. But her biggest weakness is just that lack of awareness about how Survivor actually works. And wearing inappropriate clothing, embracing an artificial persona, and playing to play emotionally are just all those red flags that I see in her character going into the game that suggest she doesn't fully grasp the environment she's stepping into. And the exception to this, I remember watching it, was Monica Ravadulich in season 3, Champions and Contenders,
Yeah.
where she did play a very similar game to what I'm describing here, and she was emotional, and she did have those freak out moments where she openly didn't know what she was doing, but she did make it far in the end. So maybe there is something there that you see in her where um, if she proves to be like a strong-minded person who has really big morals and traits that just make her last long and are respected, then yeah, she can make it far and she will make an impact. But I just think that right now she feels like an early boot candidate. But heck, I think Survivor is a very unpredictable game, so she might come out and just surprise everyone and just give that shock factor to the season that not even template can spoil.
Not even 10 seconds spoil. Throw a shade there, Saj. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, I see a big merge at least, but I don't know what place. I will say I do think she will work with Polly, the guy who from Ambience, because they're sitting together at a tribal, and normally in Australian Survivor, they have it where the alliances are sitting right next to each other. So that's just hypothetical there. Yeah, that's all I have to say about it. All right, your turn.
My turn. Okay, I gotta
I mean,
actually
I
keep
guess you want it to be
tabs
my turn
now.
again. I'll take it. But yeah, like,
Um, if you feel like you need a like a lifeboat here, because I am very confident in my picks, then
yeah,
you can always
no, I'm good.
you can always nah okay.
I'm confident.
My next Let's see here. Um, hmm. Um, my next pick is the last person I have in this potential A tier category where they have strong potential.
Can you tell me your
Like, of
tiers?
course. So I have my S tier, which was like my top 5 who are strong contenders and scream winner energy. My A tier is if they avoid the early traps and they'll probably make a deep run, bearing in mind twists, idols, swap screws, whatever. B tier, middle of the pack, has an upside but has a major flaw in their game to watch for. C tier needs a lot to go right to survive the early game, and D
Needs a
tier
lot
is
to
like,
go right. Is that what you titled it? That's funny.
yeah, and D tier is like most likely to be an early boot because they just have so many red flags. And we've already covered AJ and Kate, and that's 2 of my 3 in my D tier. So
I will say my original pre-seat before like most of the promos came out,
Mhm.
the person I thought would win. Oh my god, just wait. Just wait. But anyways.
Okay, but getting back to my pick, they are one of, if not the strongest women in the game. But is their bluntness going to be what holds them back? I am talking, folks, about Ursula Rose on the Brawn Tribe, the powerlifter, the super mum. She's got the package, and she
Out
is
of
going to
everyone,
deliver.
she's definitely one of the better people to pick, in my opinion. So that was good
Yeah,
for you.
yeah, but I think that and this is just maybe I'm a bit biased as being in the fitness uh like coach type world. I think people in that industry have the physical but also the social like assets that really prove to make them do well in the game. And so she enters this game as like one of the most physically strong women on the Brawn tribe with her background in
Definitely.
powerlifting, fitness, nutrition, her strength, I think, will make her really safe and secure in the Brawn tribe, and so I think uh, she will not see her name come up pretty early on. But she also, I think, has like a well-rounded social game. If her self-described funny, loud, and bubbly energy means she can get along with like a whole like range of people. So if she can play up her humor and keep things lighthearted and chill, she could easily integrate into like a strong alliance early on. And that experience as a mother will just give her a leg up in her patience and emotional intelligence, which could keep her like very grounded and stable in this game. But the one thing that really kind of set me from putting her like maybe in the S tier was I think her self-admitted issue with honesty is just a huge red flag
That is
coming
a red
into
flag.
a game like this. She openly acknowledges the honesty factor here, and if people can't handle and that if people can't handle it, it's their problem, which is another issue. Is that like if you're coming in and it's like I am not willing to change who I am, which is a very grounded take for being a person in real life, but in a game it can really be your undoing. I think she will fail to gather trust, as people will not want to say, "Hey, like I have a secret," and she won't be that keeper of knowledge and power and have the influence over people that others will have. And that honesty factor also makes her a liability, as the sneakiest snakes, the devious players in the game, could really take advantage of her and her honesty. But that being said, players like Lee Castledine, 2016, and who was it? Tarzan 2017 and All Stars have proven that blunt honesty doesn't translate well into a game like Survivor. So
I
at the same
actually
time,
felt the need to say All Stars as well. That was just really
yeah.
funny. But anyway, um,
So
I agree.
yeah, I think she jokes about stabbing people in the back, right, which contradicts her claim about valuing honesty. But if she's seen as inconsistent and claiming to be upfront and then making ruthless moves, then her tribe mates might view her as unpredictable and might not know her true intentions. And like peaking too early and having your unpredictable true nature kind of mask off revealed early on is a very precarious situation to be in, especially like pre-swap, pre-merge. So I think if Ursula wants to go deep in this game, she will actively have to work on her self-awareness, because being honest, yeah, it's fine, but brutal honesty with no filter is just such a quick way in this game to get blindsided. So I think if she can hold even a little bit of her honesty back and keep herself in check and build those strong relationships, and people see her as this very morally grounded character that they can trust, she makes it far. Bearing in mind swaps, idols, whatever.
She definitely
That's
at least makes it to a swap, because there's no way in my universe, in my head at least, where they take her
Yeah.
out earlier. Like they,
Oh no.
it's not that they need her; it's that they're gonna think they need her. It's
Yeah.
not about what they actually need; it's perception. Perception is she's strong, she's fit, she can provide. And obviously, first round survival tends to be more physical. People are going to have a bias
Yeah.
towards that, especially for a
Exactly.
season called Brains versus Brawn.
Yeah. But
I think
that's like my whole opinion.
my only fears outside of like all the stuff you just said, because obviously that was like a yacht, was like,
Sorry.
no. Say, dude, normally I talk like that, like in my normal life. It's okay. But it's more of like, you basically covered most of what I was going to say, anyways. Like, okay, so the thing is, like, she, I don't know. Like, I want to be as optimistic as possible and say she has a chance, but she just looks like Kirby. Like, if I'd watched Times vs. Rebels and I was going into the season, the people who look like previous contestants, like there would be subconscious bias there. Like a Nash, for example, he looks like Ferris. I
He
can
actually
see.
knows Ferris.
I know, which is the scary part. But I mean, I do have faith in. I have more faith in Ferris as a player than I did going into the preseason last year. I will say that. Anyway, I think Urzia. I mean, who wouldn't want to fix that they voted off someone named Urzia? That's awesome. I'd do it. But no, I mean, seriously though, she's gonna get the merge. How well is she gonna do? I don't know. I don't know. But she'll get to jury. And then I think she'll be one of the early people on jury. But like, but I don't know what Casement obviously.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I think she'll just be a young.
I reckon adding to what you said, because you just provoked a really compelling thought. I think she either gets like a really bad hand at a swap and gets sniped in the same way, like maybe a Paige or who else am I thinking of? A Paige, a Lydia, like a type of player that a Viola, like a type of player just gets collateral damage or swap screwed pretty biblically and just has no chance of making merge, or she gets sniped like pretty in the middle of the merge as collateral damage for someone else's plans. as seen as like a right hand lady type thing.
I think she'll be taken out more because she's just a number than anything else.
Yeah.
All right. Is that it for her, or you?
That's it for me. Do you have anything else to add?
Just for me, I mean, I will say when I first saw her, I was thinking that she wasn't that interesting and that people would struggle to relate to her. But then when I watched the intro video, I was like, okay, maybe she's a bit more personable than I thought she was. But
Yeah.
if my first perception of her is seen by the other players, that's very bad because she comes across very stoic, very cold, not the type of person you naturally want to work with from first games.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is also just like a personality thing, right? It's not just like she's a bad player because she doesn't make me want to work with her. Like that's totally valid. Okay, next person we have. Oh wait, no, I have to pick someone. Fuck. No, this is
You
the hard
do.
part. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna pick. Fuck, who's next? Okay, so we got Ellie, Candy, Indy, Carrot. We got Ken,
Kent,
Yora, Nash, Polly,
Paulie.
and Zen. Did I miss anyone? I think that's it, right?
No, you got them all.
Yay! Okay. Yeah.
We're really getting to the pointy end, are you?
Oh, I hate that phrase. Oh my god. I can tell you off screen. I can tell you off screen. There's like some massive trauma.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Because George started saying it in Brawn vs. Brawn, and I was like, fuck that phrase. I mean, they said it back in season 1 too, but anyways. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna pick Polly, and the reason why I'm picking Polly is because I'm pretty confident he makes merch. So why would I not do that? You know, that'd be dumbass. I mean, not only do I think he's gonna make merch because we actually know who he is. There's a story out there. Not only is he from Eminence Australia, which is a different TV show, which is how he got casted. I mean, how he might have gotten casted onto this show. And then obviously, I mean, he's a physical specimen. Did you see his abs? Like fucking.
No. Someone
Sorry,
has a
that
man
sounds so
crush.
weird. But like, if you look at socials, he has like a shit ton of like selfies, and he's ripped. So good for him. As for his chances, he in one of the trailers he's talking about how Nash. So I don't. Have you seen the whole of the first trailer, or have you only seen part of it?
I sort of take on me trailer after I've done my drafting and stuff, but besides that, I've been trying to really keep what I see low key because I actually want to be surprised. So if that makes any sense.
Okay, so the thing is, in one of the trailers, Nash is at Tribal, and Polly says something, and then fast forward, Nash responds with a phrase, and then now Polly, I'm like, oh yeah, he has good game sense, but because you haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil for you. But I will do it anyway, so if you want to block your ears, you can. For anyone listening, I'll do this when I'm done. Yeah? Okay. So basically, the thing is, Polly was at Tribal. He was with Nash. Nash was arguing, the Morgan fight where Nash and Morgan are going back and forth or whatever. And Polly's like, I just don't understand what the move was. And then Nash is basically And then Nash is basically like, if you don't play from day one, you shouldn't be here, to be honest. Which is a very condescending thing to say to someone, but we're not going to talk about that. What we are going to talk about is the fact that I think Polly will be seen in a good light for standing up against Nash. And I think that's a good thing for his game because you would rather be seen as the hero because I think people are going to see Nash as the villain. You're good now. I think people are going to
Okay,
see
sorry.
Nash. I think people are going to see Nash as the villain of the season or one of the villains of the season outside of like Max and Ken. So I am, optimistic about Polly being, what's the word? A good guy. Even though he did say in his video, I do want to point out, he will base. He said he's willing to do anything to win. Which, as I said before, if you don't have that cutthroatness, that's bad. So yeah, that's my take on Polly. I think
I'm
he'll
gonna
get like.
say a few. I think he, as a paramedic, he enters this game with a really good familiarity with high pressure, high stakes situations that will serve him really well. He's used to thinking on his feet, adapting to unexpected situations, and forming quick connections with people under very extreme conditions. And so I think his ability to stay calm under pressure, chaos, and communicate in those situations is going to really be a great asset to his game. Where, as you know, social bonds and strategic decision making are everything. Physically, like you said, abs, man crush, he's in great shape. And his experience working long, grueling hours
He
in
said
intense
Simon,
environments.
me, and Ferris were his favorite players.
Ooh, I think
He wants to
then,
be a challenge beast.
well, then I think he has it. Then I think he will be able to just focus in a way on those individual immunities. Then, because he has the physique, he has the endurance to do those long, grueling shifts, red eye shifts as an ambulance paramedic. So, but by his own admission, he's never lived in an outdoor environment. So, I mean, he is resilient as a paramedic, but will he mentally crumble when he's stripped of all the comforts of home? I don't know.
That's another thing. As a
Yeah,
paramedic, he gets given like a bunch of shit.
yeah.
So we'll see.
And yeah, I saw the Simon like connection in his bio. And Simon was, yeah, he was a challenge beast, but he struggled a lot with the strategy and was consistently outmaneuvered and outplayed by George, especially in Heroes and Villains. So if he follows that path of Simon on being a likable golden retriever, strong, helpful guy, but lacking the strategy, I feel like he could become a predictable mid-game boot, if that. So maybe yeah, his social and physical strengths keep him safe early in the game, but his long-term game depends entirely on how well he understands the game itself. So
His long-term statistics, we've got to start talking like Miles. We're going to be like, the probability by X times Z. Like, no, yeah.
well, I'll talk like Miles then when I say that if he plays too passively, then the result is the game will happen around him
You've got to
and he'll
be
be
proactive.
yes, but if he is too proactive, uh, to making big moves without the strategic chops to back them up, the same way George Mladenov was, he'll get caught in an overplay and will be sent out the door and will hit him behind. So that's my take.
The fact you said George's last name when nobody says that, good job. Because
Yeah,
if you asked me
I
to pronounce his last name, wouldn't happen. fair. I mean, honestly, I. I mean, I'm kind of wishing I picked him before I picked Kate now, but at this point, can't do anything about it.
You got him.
So,
You scored him.
yeah, I scored
Like, I
him.
feel like
So, touchdown. Like, yeah, I don't know.
touchdown. I think, yeah, I definitely probably might have picked him next, honestly, if you hadn't picked him then. So, and maybe that's me just picking the strong male challenge beast, and that's a thing. But, all
Gosh,
right. So
your turn.
all right. So we have done. Oh, actually, yeah, Paulie was the start of my B tier. So, that is a very interesting insight. We have done Paulie, we have done Zara, we have done Logan. Now, my next pick could be socially magnetic or socially unaware. She comes from the Brains tribe and is a and is an AI expert. This
Oh no.
is Ali Kettle from Brisbane, Queensland, my hometown. Brisbane represent, age 31, coming in hot from the Brains. Ali Kettle. What do you think?
I think she's a caboodless woman. Curvaceous woman. That's what she said in the intro. No, that's a
Hmm.
joke. I mean, she did say that, but that's not the point.
Hmm.
I. Well, I think you should explain first. I mean, you're the one who picked her. No.
I think Ali is one of the players, kind of like Noons, kind of like who else was it? Kind of like Noons, kind of like Logan the Wag, who comes in
The
with something to
wag.
prove. Yeah, wife and girlfriend.
No, I know. I just like the
Yeah,
term wag. Like, that just sounds. It's a nice term. But, anyways.
it is, but I don't know. I never hear the word like hab, like husband and boyfriend, but
I don't think
anyways,
people go around saying that in public. Could you
yeah,
imagine? That'd be crazy.
I'm a hab. All right. Anyways, I think Ali comes in with a strong personal narrative. She has fought for recognition in a really male-dominated field in tech, where where she knows what it's like to prove her worth. She is loud, like you said. She's funny, and I think she carries that like Aussie to the core energy that
Oi,
could
oi,
make
oi.
her a really big, yeah, oi oi oi, like larrikin type personality in the game. However, I feel like that could also work against her if she doesn't know how to rein it in when necessary. Uh, she compares intelligence to strength in her pregame when she says, "quote unquote," you can have all the muscle in the world, but if you don't know how to use the muscle in your head, no hope, brother. I can just imagine her like just being like adding a chuckle at the end of that. And so while this confidence is a really good thing, it could also hint about potential overconfidence, which is a common downfall in a brain related tribe where your ego blinds you and you underestimate the importance of the others and your tribe mates and your social and physical contributions. But that being said, the first and last AI expert I know of who competed on the show was none other than Andy from Survivor 47. And he made a really insane comeback from the first episode to make it to be the contender for the crown alongside Genevieve and Rachel at the end. So if she can take some notes from his playbook by being quietly manipulative, being mildly overlooked, letting the bigger personalities take the heat. I think Ali has the potential to follow down a similar path and be a very strong sleeper pick
at the end of the day if she tempers her impulsiveness and avoids being an immediate focal point. So I think Ali's key to her game is just her self-control, and she has the humor, she has the authenticity, and she has the ability to fly under the radar. But I just think as long as she isn't impulsive and she plays a very measured, calculated game, that I reckon somebody in tech who would have that background could do very well. She has a deep destructive run in her, but yeah, and I think she could master it very well with a very laid back, free spirited attitude, kind of like Cody in Survivor 43. Because I think she has a tattoo that says "Life is an adventure," which is very similar to Cody's living.
I'm pretty sure Ben has a
which...
tattoo that says "yibbing" on his ass as well. I think so. Maybe I'm imagining that, but I think I saw a thing about that. Maybe I'm wrong.
That would be, oh man,
That'd be
that's
awesome.
good.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, I think the biggest test will be how she reacts to feedback, and if she gets the hint that people find her potentially too much, and she can adjust, then she'll and she'll do well. But if she doubles down and insists on playing her way, I think she's toast.
The thing with Ali is, I'm not really. She's one of the people where I don't really know where to put her. Like, I feel like out of everyone, she's one of the biggest wild cards in the cast for me. Where my instant reaction was like, oh yeah, she's pretty much like, I don't know, like fourth boot or some shit. But the thing is, you know who she is, so you would think there's more storyline to be told. But at the same time, like, she called herself a trumpet mouth, which is like the opposite of what you want, and you want to try to avoid that.
Yeah.
So it's really just convicting. You say something good, you say something bad. You say something good, say something bad. As for her, like, winning potential, I don't see her at Final Tribal unless she uses, which is not good. But I mean, half the game is just getting to the end. So
Yeah.
I didn't pick her, but you know, you did.
Yeah, I mean, we're 9 deep here, so it's not like I'm looking at who's gonna like be a winner. So, but it's about who isn't gonna be like, you know, the first couple out the door, really, at this point.
I mean, that's what it really is, right? Because you're looking at this cast,
Yeah.
which is, I don't know. And it's funny because my original winner pick still hasn't been chosen. But anyways.
Really?
Okay, so, I know. Fuck. Okay. So wait, how many people have we gone through? 1, 2, 3, 17. Oh my god. Okay. We're almost done a whole US season. We've almost done it.
And a whole stereotypical New Era season.
Yeah, it only took. Also, this is gonna be one of the youngest podcasts in the world. All right, they're gonna see.
Good luck editing this.
Oh, the better question. Good luck to Shannon Gus, because she is like, yeah, I have to do like an hour podcast for like 24 episodes. We're gonna beat her. She has nothing on our podcast. Anyways, okay. Church is okay, so I'm gonna pick. Okay, let me write down who's left. So we have Candy, Indy. Don't worry, I've got
Corinne.
Yep. Keep going. If you can name them, that's
Kent.
fast.
Laura. Nash.
Yeah, and Zen, right?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
The final
I feel
five.
like I'm doing Nash a disservice because he was in my string the other day. So I feel like I'm being a shitty provider by not picking him. But like, sorry, Nash. Because I know he's
So
gonna
you're
watch
picking
it.
him.
Well, no.
So you're gonna pick
I'm
him.
not, no, I'm not gonna pick him.
Yeah, you have to tell us now.
Wait, what?
Oh, like if Nash is watching this, he's gonna hear that you're not picking him. Not even as your wait, what would it be?
Yeah, I go
Fourth
on a
last
whole
pick?
apology journey and then I don't even pick him. Like, my bad. No, the only reason I mentioned it was because he's the only castaway outside of like Insta who has acknowledged my existence. So,
Wait, so
anyways,
who has acknowledged your existence here in this cast? I wanna.
who has acknowledged my existence? Are we talking like past Survivor Yamana, or are we talking like current?
We're talking like this season 10 Brains vs Brawn 2.
Okay, so I've had small like little yikes or convos or like small things with people. So we have fuck, let me start at the start. No, I'll just skip that part. Okay, so Karen, I've spoken to. She talked about being the full package in her bio, and I said how it was a flex and how I was proud of her for that. And she was like, "Yeah, of course I'm the full package." Ken, I messaged. He has his messages off for the public though, because he probably doesn't want to get harassed. Laura D, I sent her a message. I said I'd do a class assessment and draft, and she didn't say she'd check it out, but I got the vibe she would. Nash follows me on Twitter. Nash is all over social media. Nash is everywhere. Like even like 3 months ago, Nash had randomly followed me on Twitter, and I was like, "Okay, Nash." And then Noonan, I've spoken to, which obviously I'll tell you guys soon about what that is, and then everyone else I haven't spoken to at all. Okay, so back to what we were saying. Okay, so okay, Candy, Indy, Karen, Can you already? Listen, I'm going to pick. I'm gonna pick Zen, and the reason why I'm picking Zen is because I'm
Youngest
pretty
player.
confident he makes it to swap, even though he is insane. And what I mean by that
I got
is,
that vibe too.
I don't understand how this is a real person, and I mean that in the nicest way possible.
Oh man.
You're telling me this dude is 2 years older than me? 2 years.
I mean, I'm just surprised. I mean, it's very rare in, I guess, the drafting process that the youngest player is like one of the last to be picked. So that's the first thing I've noticed, and then the second
I
thing I
mean, when you
noticed
go
is
in pretending to be like this pop artist guy, that's gonna raise some red flags. Like, I'm sorry.
yeah.
Like, am I the only one who hasn't listened to his music? No, just me.
I haven't heard of him before.
I feel like he's one of those people who like watched Eminem rap once in his life, and he's like, "Yeah, I can do it." Yeah, I don't know. I think Zen. I've seen a lot of people online talk about how they think Zen is going to flame out early, which could definitely happen. It's just challenge-wise, they're gonna not need him, but they might want him. I mean, he's a young gun. Like, I don't see why they wouldn't. Unless Zen, like, I mean, I will say in his bio he talked about wanting to like control shit, which like is fine. But the way he talked about it was like really aggressive. And he's like, I find it really hard. I think he was the one who talked about being an alpha, didn't he? Yeah, I think he talked about being an alpha. And I was
So
like,
he's red pill.
why are you still talking about being an alpha? It's 2025, first of all. And secondly, is he an Andrew Tate fan? He might be. But third, the more important issue, I don't see how him saying I'm gonna pretend to be a beta is a good thing. How is that a good thing? I don't think he'll have control. I really don't. But
I've got to go to the bathroom real quick. I've had like 2.5 liters while we've been talking this whole time. So I'll be back in one. Okay.
Just go, dude. Oh my god. Alright, we have alright. Fuck, where's he at? Is he at... Let me get the page though.
Oh no!
Welcome back.
I'm back.
Welcome. I'm just getting the
Hello.
fan age up just so we can look at their ages. But anyways.
So
How do you feel
man.
about Zen?
Okay, let me bring up my Zen notes here.
And also
Zen, I'm
yeah.
gonna yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna start
I was
off
just
by
saying
saying that he
add
is
any
the.
other thought you speak, yeah.
Can you hear me right now?
Yep, go.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Zen is like the opposite of his name. He is not, in fact, Zen.
No, literally.
So Zen enters Brains vs. Brawn as the youngest player on the cast, and so he brings this raw athleticism, confidence, and a strong sense of focus. And I think that will be great early on because it will make him an early challenge asset, very crucial for like the Brawn tribe, of course. And he also seems deeply committed to self improvement, and that can be like one of two things. In that he could be like very coachable and able to adjust if things don't go his way, but it also means that like self improvement can also come with an ego that I am better than you because I am like on a mission and so on and so forth. But the thing I got from him is that Zen's age could also be his biggest weakness. With the average age being 35, I think he'll struggle to form relationships with the older, more experienced players if he can't find a way to connect.
Mainly the
Because
women, I would say. That's just my opinion.
especially those, yeah, especially the
Because I
women.
feel like with some of the other people, outside of like Yora Noonan, I feel like he's gonna have an easier time bonding if he acts like football, for example. Or like, if he used to do if he was like a tradie, I don't know if he was, but if he was doing trade like in high school or whatever, like I think that also could help him bond with Ben or whatever the scenario is. Or like if he tries to play like the younger brother role, or like the Jesse of the tribe from Blood vs. Water, where he tries to play the role of like, I need assistance, but really he's fine and he doesn't need help.
Yeah. I mean, kind of the way like Jaden approached Eden in that one episode where Eden completely got played. Anyways,
I mean, that was an episode.
That was a really well written one. But anyways, back on track. I think he is walking a very fine line here because his self-described influence, persuasion, and psychological tricks approach is very concerning. Players typically who enter the game thinking they can manipulate and outthink everyone are often the ones to crash and burn. So if he talks about his strategy too much, or comes across as too arrogant, I think the older players who have a lot more experience and maturity will see right through him and just this, I don't know, this persona he might be putting on. So I think for him, the hardest part will be learning to let others take control. In his own words,
and he's younger, so
quote
he's gonna
unquote,
want to prove himself, which could kick him in.
Yeah, I think having to quote unquote having to hide the testosterone levels and simmer down and quote show that he's aware that this might be an issue. So at least he acknowledges that. And like you said, like that youth and being the youngest there also means that he probably comes in having a point to prove. But if he fights too hard for that, I think he could become an early target, if I'm being completely
All
honest.
he has
Because
to do is manage his threat level, and he will go far, like almost guaranteed, because no one's gonna want to take him out if he's perceived to be doing nothing.
Yeah. Like if he plays into his youth, yeah. Like if he plays into his young nature and appears as non-threatening the same way Jesse did in what was it, Titans and Rebels, Blood vs. Water, and in similar ways that potentially a I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Like Baden from Champions vs Contenders.
Yeah, a Baden.
Even like a Raymond, even.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. That's who I get Jesse and Raymond confused at times. But if he tries to act like a mastermind too soon, 100% he'll either be just seen as like just a fool or he just could be voted out like very, very early on because the Brawn have abundance and strength. So one less piece of muscle, if they're that, hot-headed and unpredictable, won't make much of a difference. So I think he has the confidence to do well. He has the strength to do well physically. but it's just about whether or not he can manage his ego, read the room, and build trust early on that will determine how far he goes. And that's all I
And
have to
even
say.
if we are talking about like his winning potential, even if he gets to the end, because of the type of demeanor he comes across, I'm not sure people are going to resonate with that and want to vote him to win.
Yeah, like for all we know, he could be this goat that just constantly falls head over heels, like in a similar way that season 45, third placer, fill in the blank.
35, Devin.
Not Devin Pinto. I'm talking 45, where
45.
D1 Austin was runner
Jake.
up, and this guy was Jake. He could be this power goat in Jake, where he tries to make moves. It just is like Charlie Brown with a football, and he just constantly, misses his
Fumbles.
kick. Yeah, but I think best case scenario is he just kind of tapers this youthful energy enough to be and respects that yes he needs to let the older players but like a Jesse, a PD, a Nash is 34, a Ben, like kind of take control of the tribe, and he just sits back, and then when it's too late for everyone he can just come out and win. But I just don't see that though. I think he's too locked in. I think he's too self-improved. I think, yeah, I just don't see him winning. That's
I
my
will say,
brutally
I
honest
think
take
his
about his game.
survivor knowledge also scares me. Like, if it
Mm,
was, it's so easy to say, if it was me, I would do this, this, and this. But like, I
yeah,
really believe if the roles were reversed, I would have a better shot at winning them. But of course, everyone's gonna say that. So take that how you do.
yeah,
But like, it's the same with, I don't know. We'll see.
yeah.
Hopefully, he proves it wrong. I mean, that's the
He
goal.
he kind of reminds me of the first time I played an online reality game. And to the first person I DM'd in Discord when we marooned, I said, "Hey, want to form an alliance?" And we actually formed an alliance, but I just was so overbearing and wanted it my way or the highway, and I was so tunnel blind, and I went home in a 2-3 tribe swap situation, but it could have easily been preventable if I just tapered down, really actually listened to other people, gotten to know other tribe members on a deeper level rather than just chess pieces. And I think that's where he'll struggle.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So that's my
Alright.
take.
Your next person?
My next person is probably going to be
Handy,
someone.
Indy, Aaron, Kent, Yordi, Nash.
You know what's really funny? I still have my last B tier person to pick. Like they're still out there. But I want you to guess who.
Well, are we going based on logic or based on... I don't know. Because logically, what would make sense compared to what I think will happen are two different things. Like, I
Are you
mean,
ready for this?
I'm ready. I think I know who you're gonna pick, but I don't want to say.
Let me just get up her character sheet there real quick. She is smart, she is wiry, but can she hold back? It is the business development manager and stand-up comedian at night, lady. It is none other than Indy Salah from Townsville, Queensland.
I'm so happy. I
Why?
like Indy personally, but from what I've seen, I do not like her chances. Her comedy is funny. I don't know if you've seen any of her comedic shows on Instagram, but like she's uploaded some of them, and they're pretty good.
Well, that's like a relief to me because I think her biggest asset coming in is her personality, and if she is charismatic and confident,
She's
she will be
definitely
a
confident.
oh well then she'll be a great social player because as a stand-up comedian, she will understand how to read the room, win people over, and project authenticity, which are all like really critical aspects of a great social game. Uh, um, and her background as an outsider growing up gives her a really unique storyline and edge, where she is used to navigating social spaces where she doesn't fit in, um, where she doesn't fit in, and so I think she is someone who um, she can she can adapt well to different people. I think she could blend in really well if she gets her footing in the game early on. And she's also a Survivor fan who understands the game. So her quote that I picked was, "Knowing the rules and information is absolute power." Um,
Well,
is
that's good.
something where like it's not at all like anything that I'd be too concerned about, is because she is someone who can identify like the primary focus of the game without thinking big moves, final tribal, I don't know what other things like that I've seen so far, but pretty much just very open and not tunnel visioned whatsoever. Because Survivor isn't just about knowing the game; it's about applying that knowledge without making people feel like you're controlling them. And so in the past, we've seen overconfident superfans who think knowledge alone will win, such as Ron Clark, Adam in season 40, who often crash when they fail to balance that control and adaptability. But as long as she can just hold back, not be herself, not be as over competitive as she says she is. And when I saw that she said that she's probably psycho, I mean that wasn't ideal, but I think if that probably psycho leads to emotional reactions, grudges, or even the deathly tunnel vision, then yeah, she could be a liability. But overall, I think if she can use her charisma to build strong early social bonds and prove herself like in challenges very early on to avoid doubts about her physicality, I think uh, and I think she can be have a very wide range of outcomes at the end of the day. She could be an early boot if she rubs people the wrong way or lets out her competitiveness or honesty or psycho get the best of her. But if she channels her self awareness, social skills, and adaptability, then yeah, she makes a deep run and is a strategic underdog. So I think she's one to watch if she
My
stays in control.
my thing with Indy is like
Hmm.
outside of like the stuff I've seen, the promos and stuff.
Hmm.
She's another person where like on paper, if I didn't know any of the promo stuff, I wouldn't know where to put her. I'd probably put
Hmm.
her early pretty curie, but it would be like I wouldn't have anything to base it on. I will
Hmm.
say I think her confidence could be a blessing, but as you said, it could also be a curse in the sense that like
Mm.
because she's a comedian, one, she might lack the spotlight and she might do things that might annoy her tribe mates. Another
Hmm.
thing is like I feel like I don't know if you saw this, but in one of the I think in the Cosplay she wrote about how she wanted to play like Kirby. And if we know
Oh
anything
yeah,
about Kirby, Kirby is a great social player, but strategically Kirby
yeah,
does some weird fucking shit. So I don't
yeah.
know how to feel about that when I hear someone say at Kirby, because what worked for Kirby shouldn't have worked. So
Mm,
I don't know if that's gonna work, especially after
yeah,
Kirby played so recently. Like I think, like we
yeah.
always see in US Survivor, people say it's Poverty 2.0, it's Poverty 2.0. Like I feel like
That's so
Kirby
funny.
is what?
No, it's so funny that Kirby's like there's a Kirby factor now. You know, like remember when there was
I
like
feel like, well, do
the
you disagree, or because I feel like everyone's gonna be
I
like,
completely agree. I completely
I feel
agree.
like Kirby's gonna be that person who everyone's like, oh, Kirby 2.0, Kirby 2.0.
Yeah,
I mean that's not great,
yeah.
because Kirby didn't win, but
Mm,
I mean we'll see how she goes. I
mm.
do hope that we at least get some content before she's cut. But I'm expecting her to go pretty
Mm.
much.
Yeah, that's fair. I
All
mean,
right.
uh,
Oh,
yeah, I love her vibe, but I just I don't see her um going far unless there's like certain alignments that happen, such as she can prove her challenge physicality with like the first or second challenge in, or she
yeah.
can be like very chill and charismatic without being overbearing. So there's a lot of things that have to go right, I think, for her to go far. But that's my only takeaway.
Valid. All right. Your turn. Wait, no, it's my turn. Never mind. Sorry.
No, your turn.
Okay. Next, I'm going to pick. Um. Hmm. We're down to 5. Not many left.
Hmm.
Not many left since the 4-hour podcast. My
Holy
apologies.
moly.
I know, because which for the record, I didn't expect it to go even half this long. And we aren't even at
Hmm.
the fun part yet, which is crazy.
Hmm.
So, um, yeah, I'm gonna pick. Hmm, who I think's
Who
gonna
is
go
it?
better? It's between 2 people. I mean, I'll tell you who I'm between because the other 3 I'm gonna try to avoid picking as much as possible.
Hmm.
At this point, here's the thing. I'm gonna get at least 1 dot, if not 2. So I'm just gonna say I'm
Yeah.
between Karen and Nash. I'm gonna go. Oh god, I'm trying to not be biased here by picking Nash. How the fuck do I? Okay. Whoever's gonna Karen. I'm going Karen because I think
Hmm.
Karen has more longevity potential. I think than Nash. Nash is
Hmm.
eventually he's gonna run out of steam. We're not gonna see Nash
Hmm.
at Final Tribal fucking pick in this case. It's not gonna happen. Then again, last year
No.
I said Barris had no shot at winning, and he won. So I guess that doesn't mean
Hmm.
that much.
Hmm.
Did I seriously
So
just
tell me
write
about.
Kevin? I wrote Kevin instead of Karen on my list. I'm so Jesus.
Hmm.
Okay. Anyways, Karen,
Imagine
not
if Karen
Kevin.
sees this.
Yeah, Karen's gonna be. My name's not Kevin. Okay. Um, Karen, current. I think. I mean, I think Urzi in one of the promos it was Urzia versus Karen occurring, and I was like, I want Karen to do better than Urzia, but I feel like it's not gonna happen.
Hmm.
And I also feel like Karen is one of those either she could go far or she'll go out early type of players. I think
Hmm.
where like she's used to having control. She's used to She literally said it in her bio. She's always has a plan. What is she gonna do when she doesn't
Hmm.
have a plan? What is she gonna do when she can't talk about like different things? Like what is she gonna do? Like
Hmm.
I don't know what the fuck she's gonna do. If you've had your whole life planned out for 30 years, and then all of a sudden you don't get your way, I don't imagine you're gonna take it very well. I also don't imagine you're gonna be able to adapt. She is a fan, which is fun. I know she's one of the biggest super fans because she has a connection to Melbourne Survivor, but
Mhm.
it's not great.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that's my take on her. I think she will be a dangerous strategic player, and she's likable. I do like her.
Yeah.
She would be one of the people I gravitate towards. It's just we don't know what the dynamics are on their tribe, so we don't know what
Yeah.
that means.
I'm just gonna grab up Karen's
Alright, cool.
sheet. Because a lot of the stuff
Well, I
you
think they
said,
pronounce it Karen, but it doesn't matter. Same thing.
a lot of the stuff you said is stuff that I had in here as concerns, like a highly disciplined player will have a hard time adapting to the chaos, and she must be like God's greatest gift. If nothing in her life has ever gone wrong, which I am jealous much of.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? Like,
But I think her biggest challenge will be putting her ego aside and connecting with people on a human level. And this is just because doctors, especially those in high stakes fields like surgery, are often perceived as rigid, intense, and overly clinical, which can make them seem like they're almost detached or difficult to relate to. So, um, her quote, "I'm here on Survivor to break bones. I don't want to put things back together. I'm not the good doctor anymore," makes it sound like maybe she's trying too hard to distance herself from her real world role, which could come across as
I
very
think she wants
phony.
to be a villain.
She wants to be a villain. Okay.
Maybe.
Well,
I mean, she didn't say that, but that's the vibe
we,
I got.
we've we've seen like villain quote unquote villains who have come across as too phony, too fake, and it's very easy to like suss out just from human instinct. So I think that that's one issue. But if she can and pair that with her trust issues and bitch face, means that it will just make it really hard for people to read what she actually thinks because facial expressions in Survivor are such big tells. And if she's just constantly just, you know, uh, holding a constant tone and speaking like this and just um, to everyone, then nobody's going to know where she will stand, which makes her unpredictable. Thus, she probably is a weak link in the tribe early on. But um, if she can use that mental toughness and work ethic, as if she has from her grueling medical training, then I don't think she'll break under the stress of a game as much as maybe other people would. And I think she could really excel under high pressure situations like puzzle challenges or
And if
challenges where
someone gets
hero
to
tools.
choose your girl, so they might want to keep her
Mm.
around just so she can, like, help them not fucking cry when their bones get disfigured.
No, but she's here to break bones, not mend them. So she's
No, I
not going to
know.
be
But yeah,
a help.
her profession. Yeah, if someone gets a machete and accidentally cuts themselves, she's not going to just let them
Yeah.
bleed. Yeah.
Oh no. I think honestly, uh, I think she's just thinking too far ahead and talking about what she'd do with the money, like what her final tribal council is going to look like. I think she's in a very outcome versus process type mentality where um, she'll really struggle with the early game because she's thinking as if it's like the final five when it's still the final 24. But
Yeah.
she needs to prove her worth quickly is I think the truth. She needs to prove her worth to the tribe and whether or not she can adjust to a broader social approach. But right now, it just screams too intense, and that's a major liability. So I think if she fails to make those honest connections with her tribe mates, then she's pretty screwed. But unless her tribe wins out, then I just don't see her not even making a swap, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I
So.
don't either, but we have to pick someone.
Mm.
All right. I don't know. I mean, I want her to do well because she's a fan, but at the end of the day, I've said everything I thought about her, so we'll see. And for the record, she is the full package, in case everyone was wondering.
Oh, I just have a bit of a blackout on the text. Is
You're
it my
good.
turn, or do you want to have?
It's your turn, yeah, because I just picked her.
So, Andy, Kent, Nash, and that's it, isn't it?
You're
Is it
okay. Who
Candy,
were the
Kent?
first?
No, it's can't
Yeah.
be.
That was 4. Yep.
Candy, Kent, Laura, and Nash. Oh, okay.
For the record, my winner pick that I had is still not picked.
What? In very spot. Should I? What do you think? I feel like if this person you really
Wait,
final draft
hold
about
up.
who you.
Hold up. You're cutting out. Yeah, let me just add you back in. I'm not gonna remove you. I'm just gonna hold up. Look. Alright. Okay. I'm giving you a second. I just want it to actually work so they can hear what you're saying, you know. You're currently frozen on my screen, so if you're moving or speaking, I can't.
So you can't hear me right now.
I can hear you, but it's cutting out pretty bad. Can you? Yeah, I don't know. Can you turn your camera off and turn it back on?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. See if that works.
But fingers crossed. We need production to step in here.
We need our camera
Anyways,
crew to stop mucking up. Oh my god.
I mean, it's considering it's literally 40 seconds to 4 hours. Like we've had a pretty good run, I think. But
okay, we're good. Keep going. You're good.
Okay, if I pick this person, I'll let you pick the next 2, and I'll be stuck with the last one. How about that? I'm feeling nice.
No, we aren't doing that. No, I'm good. Don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Game is game. I'm picking Kent Randall Miller. Kent, the one we've been hyping up as the over-the-top leader, I think, is the one that I will be drafting as my second last player. He is 52 from Melbourne and is a business mogul.
53.
No, he's young. Speaking of youth, he is the oldest member of the cast. So,
yeah.
Coming in as the oldest member, he brings business experience, leadership skills, and a strategic mindset as someone who is like self-made business tycoon who has built and run some global corporation. So he understands how to negotiate, persuade, and build alliances right off the bat. I think his ability to read a room, manage different and stay composed under pressure, allowing him to navigate that social strategic element. However, I think that could also be a downfall because many times we've seen where the older, confident players who title themselves as leaders often assert too much control, like Andrew Savage in Pearl Islands and Cambodia, Russell Hance in Champions and Contenders 1, and I don't know why I put Benny there, but I don't see how you relate to that. But if Kent come in expecting from the show, I think he could easily act, but and not knowingly alienate the younger players who don't want to be like managed. And I think the key to him will be adapting his natural leadership into a more subtle behind the scenes role. Because as charismatic and as strategic you can be as a businessman, it will all depend on how he handles social dynamics of whether or not he'll be seen as a trusted ally or an overbearing leader. And I think, yeah, he has great potential if he can just nail that down well and become that well-respected leader figure of the tribe. But if he pushes too hard too fast, then he might find himself used arrogant or out of touch or slimy, like some business moguls have been seen in the past, like Brian Heidick. He won, but nobody liked him. And Brian Lake in 2018, he made it all the way to the end, but his game wasn't respected that well by others. I think his ability to blend in with the younger players and avoid just that micromanagement will be what makes or breaks his game, if I'm being completely frank. So at 52, like, yeah, he's in great shape, which is critical for the Brains tribe. So he won't be like sniped as the first vote of the season. And his love for the game and means that he knows like what he's up against, but he just needs to use the toolkit he has wisely and not fumble what skills he has to offer, or otherwise he could just be out the door as soon as he he could I lost my train of thought. He could be just out the door as soon as the game gets started, pretty much. But then again, he could be like making a deep run into the game, similar to like a Brian Lake or or I was just thinking for a second, like Lee Castledine, but I don't see many comparisons to Lee. So archetypes like him just don't really make it far, and if they do make it to the end, they're more seen as power goat rather than someone who actually made a positive impact on the game. So I think that those are my thoughts. And yeah, I lost my train of thought a couple times there, but I think he will just be, yeah, using what he has in his pocket to in a very intricate and subtle way. I think that's it.
Cool. Well, Ken, he is interesting to say the least. He was one of the people I messaged almost as soon as the cast was released, and yeah, he was my original winner pick. So it's really weird now seeing everyone's reactions to which he probably wasn't gonna win. I saw some massive upside for Ken originally when the cast was released. He was getting the Ferris edit. I looked back at the previous season's Hunt vs. Rebels, and I looked at the edit in promos pre-season where Ferris was sold. And there were two people who were his they were shown like was Morgan or Ken. Unfortunately, we then see Ken in like 7 other 100 promos, which kind of spoils that. Why would they want to show their winner so obviously? Because they've changed
Mm.
the editing and they've gotten better at
Mm.
editing and hiding the winner, as opposed to
Mm.
previous seasons where like All Stars, for example, or David was usually like he was shown the entire time. But like now, yeah, Ferris last time, like yes, he was shown, but no one thought he was gonna win for a while, and like now we are here, and everyone wrote him off as an early boot, and I thought they were wrong. Originally, I was like, they're wrong, but then looking at the way Kent has engaged on social media, and also his major red flags, I have decided that he is not worth it and that he is probably going to be the first bird of the season, which is
That is a
not.
strong take.
It's not that strong of a take. It's more of just. I have seen a lot of people say this, but I'm saying my personal opinion. I mean, he went
Mm.
from my winner pick to my first boot, so that's obviously a drop, right? Like that's pretty
Mm.
bad. He's been a fan of obviously for over 25 years. He obviously met Mark Burnett and Jeff Probst
Yeah.
recently at the end of last year. He obviously knows the show. He obviously has favorites. One of my other big red flags with him was he wants to play like David, and David is not someone I would personally recommend to go for Survivor advice. Yes, David won a season, but he is not someone I would hear David out, but I wouldn't actively ask David for Survivor advice.
Mm.
So it's one of those things where it's like, if David is your favorite player, what does that say about you? What does that say about what you want to do going into the season? What does it say about your longevity and the way you want to play the game? And not good things.
Mm.
Let's just say that. We also see in one of the promos where he gets like multiple in one of the promos, he's basically highlighted super early as like a threat and that people don't trust him. And if that's
Mm.
happening episode 1, before the episode's even released, that's not a
Mm.
good sign.
Mm.
So that's all I've got to say about Kent. Kent, if you're watching this, at least you can see my message where I sent you saying you were my preseason winner pick originally. Because I did message him that like 4 weeks ago when the cast
Mm.
came out. I messaged him. I was like, "You're gonna win this season," and now I'm like convinced he's not gonna win this season. But I
Mm.
can say, like, Ken, I was a fan of you. So if you do flame out, I mean, hey, you're a Melbourne, so yeah, I don't know. That's all I really have to say about Ken. I'm excited for what he will bring from a TV aspect.
Yeah.
Obviously, I want to see him. I want to see him do shit. But I
Yeah.
don't see him lasting. So yeah, that's my
Yeah.
takes.
That makes sense. And I think honestly, a lot of that take was very, and I want to say this in the best way possible, but warped because of a freaking Australian Survivor and their promos. Just slap
A
bang.
lot of my
He is.
takes are based on the edit, which is a
Yeah.
problem. But it's how we got it. Well, it's
I
how
think it's
I.
a. I mean, I have a lot more problems with the US Survivor right now than I do with the Australian one, but this one is a massive problem that I think uh, if any producer is watching the show, if any editor is watching the show, please stop spoiling the seasons. Let
I
us
agree.
watch and enjoy it for ourselves. Don't spoon feed it to us. But
No, one
that's
hundred
all I have to
percent.
say about
Because
that.
literally half of this, we talked about this earlier in the podcast. Like
Yeah.
I literally made a comment on someone's post, and I was like, "Yeah, why are they spoiling this? What do they
Mm,
benefit from this? They
mm,
they, they don't." You're not engaging the audience. You're just making them pissed off because they're like, well, now I'm spoiled.
Well, you're pissing off the fans, but you're also making it too predictable for casual viewers to tune in for the surprise factor.
And
So
worst of all, you're ruining it for the people who played. This is their moment. No, this is the
Yeah.
time where they're going to reflect on this probably for the rest of their lives and be like, yeah, just that time I played Survivor. You want to, like, don't you want to make it enjoyable for them?
Yeah.
If you go out of your way to film a full-ass fucking production TV show, and then you just chuck it in the bin like it's nothing, then you're like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I have faith in them. I mean, they've got better editors, so fingers crossed.
But it's like,
yeah, your turn.
I was just gonna finally add, it's like if there was an Endgame promo and Iron Man's got like the Infinity Gauntlet, and the promo is like, "Will he snap?"
It just like defeats the whole purpose of it, of like the whole Iron Man getting in the first place.
Which is funny because he literally gives me Tony Stark vibes. Ken is Tony Stark in real life.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. He's a business mogul. He's probably good with the women. But more importantly, he has a shit ton of cars. And he's a billionaire, okay? I am not a billionaire. I will probably never be a billionaire. That is dope as fuck. But also, Ken, you better not tell anyone that you're a billionaire, alright? If episode 1 starts and you get voted out because you're a billionaire, Ken, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be livid. Yeah, anyways.
I mean, that just raises the point, like, why is he out here doing this when this is just pennies for him if he's a billionaire?
It's because he's a super fan. That's why. It's not he wants.
It'll be 500 grand by the time Obama takes it. that's how I feel. That was like Jeff Kent, who was like,
who's saying that in the US is insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way. Yeah, I don't know. I just there's a lot of characters this season I want to do well, but I'm scared.
Anyways, that leads me down to my last pick, I think. No, your last pick. I've had mine. No, your second last pick. I've had my second.
Well, no, this is my last. No, this is
no, it isn't. This is your last open choice.
Oh yeah.
So you have Candy.
Yeah, so this is my last pick because then you decide for me.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm saying you could pick your next two now and then save yourself. But if you want the last pick, then
okay. So we've got.
I'm fine with that. Candy, Nash.
Yep, Laura D and Nash. I know.
Yeah.
Ooh. Imagine I do this whole thing and then I don't pick Nash. That would be so bad.
Okay, I'll give you an open secret. I'm picking Nash next if you're not picking him.
That doesn't help me at all. I want to point out because. Okay, I'm gonna pick. Oh my god. This is like one of those Survivor moments where you have to decide if you're gonna do it or not. I mean, even if she didn't say that, I'm looking at it and logically, I'm gonna pick Nash. Because when I'm looking at it, I'm pretty convinced the other two are gonna be even earlier birds. Yeah, I'm picking Nash. But it's not because you said it, by the way. It's because I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. All right, Nash.
Mm.
So the thing with Nash is, obviously, big man on campus. He decides to walk around with the idol around his neck 5 minutes into the game. Obviously, we will talk about whether that is a good move or whatever in like 5 minutes after we just do these nasty people. But what the fuck? Like, okay. Yeah, obviously longevity. I don't see him getting to the end. I also don't really, just like Polly said, I don't really understand the point of it either. Like, I don't really think you're benefiting that much from it, even if there are benefits.
Do you remember when Hans did it in Champions and Contenders?
Well, it was different. It was similar, but I'd say it was slightly different.
Yeah.
I mean, Russell was a known player going into the game, and Nash is a random guy. I just feel like we don't, like, what other than, like, his personality, because that's just who he is as a person, what is good about Nash on, like, a game level? Not much. Like, I need to see. I mean, I will say it's good that he's friends with Ferris. I'm hoping Ferris coached him because Ferris is, for the most part, a level-headed player. But it does scare me a little bit because Ferris didn't even know what rocks were when he was playing his season. So it's like, if we're assuming they became friends and like watch the show together, then like that is not good. I'm also picking Nash because he's not going out, not super early. He'll probably go out pre-merge, but I don't think he'll be the first one. So I think.
I mean,
say what you're saying.
I was just going to say. I mean, at this point, I think it's just saving yourself like from getting too many points. From players going home too early with your draft. Then
I just feel like Candy. Who the fuck even is that? You're a D. Like, yes, she's a super fan. But like the fact that people are talking about you railroading someone is pretty bad. What I think happens is I think Laura D railroads Kent's elimination, and then I think that's what they're talking about. But anyways, I'm going to picking Nash. Obviously, that's my reasoning for picking Nash. I'm just gonna go with my gut. So, yep. Even though, as we've said before, sorry, not to cut you off, but as we've said before, just quickly, the benefits of Nash is he has an idol. Whether it's real or not, we'll find out. But if he has an idol, if it is genuinely an idol, that's the first tribal he's safe, at least.
Yeah.
It is at least a stepping stone for him to build connections. And also, if I was out there, I would want to work with the person who has the idol, even though obviously I would be hesitant to work with Nash based on his behavior. But that's it.
Yeah. I think Nash entering the game as a salesman will bring him in with confidence, charm, and a pretty strong social game. But unlike a lot of tribe mates on Brawn, who clear cut have a physically dominant strength based background, I just don't know where Nash fits in with his tribe. I couldn't really point a finger at what makes Nash exactly a Brawn. And so I think what his strength is, pun intended, coming in, is his ability to sell himself and his ideas as a salesman. And Salesman, yeah, they've had a pretty controversial history on the show because I've referenced him before, but Brian Heidick was a car salesman, but he came off as very villainous, cold, and sleazy. So Nash, however, seems like someone that won't be cutthroat, but more will
Did
have
you
the
read his
ability.
bio?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you should
I
see his
unfortunately,
intro package. Because in his
yeah.
thing, he basically just said, fuck my alliance. As long as I don't get taken out, I don't care. That's basically what
Yeah,
he said.
I mean, this was a lot of the notes I have here were written before I watched promos and stuff because
Yeah.
Australian Survivor spoils. It sucks. I think it's yeah, and I will rant about that till the day I die unless they fix it. But I think his charisma and salesmanship will make him an immediate threat. But I think the make or break for him will be how he can control his emotions because he has opened up about how he wears
His heart.
his heart on his sleeve, and he might struggle in that sense from separating emotion from strategy, where those types of where when you cannot decipher emotion from strategy, it often leads to unnecessary risks. Hence, the idol around your neck. And so he will be more likely to make those moves based on personal feelings rather than long-term strategy, which frequently end up blindsiding or burning bridges when they need those numbers really early on. And so I think if Nash isn't careful, especially with this whole trailers and idols and tribal council and wearing it around his neck, he could find himself making moves that aren't beneficial to his game, but rather motivated by loyalty, revenge, or just
I think he
personal
will be a
values like
player.
a what player?
Revenge player. I think he nailed it when you
Mm,
said revenge. I think that's exactly what type of player he's going to be.
yeah. So I think in the unlikely circumstance, Nash stays self-aware and balances his emotional depth with strategic discipline. He could use his social strength and salesman-like attitude to navigate deep into the game. But I just think that he's socially dangerous with a massive risk of overplaying.
Yeah.
Because I think the biggest enemy is himself, if I'm being completely honest.
It is.
So I think he'll let his emotions dictate his gameplay. He'll get easily manipulated and blinded. We'll do one if he's out first round, or multiple moves that will not benefit him, but he'll be taken advantage of by others in that sense, and he'll be taken out before he can regain control. So I think you're completely right about everything, and the fact that this was all written before I knew about the idol, before I knew about the tribal council 5 minutes into the game, so on and so forth, just proves my point even more. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's Nash.
That is Nash. All right. Well, go on. It's your turn to pick yours and I guess mine as well.
Okay.
So you can do it one of two ways. Either A, you can pick who you think will do well, or B, who you want to fuck me over with. So
It's both. That's like kind of basically the same thing.
yeah, I mean, sorta. But I'd be more worried
My
about picking who's gonna do better than fucking me over. If I were you, but
my
you're
my pick is based on
loyalty, honesty,
a player
trust,
that I think yeah, those, but
integrity, mateship. Do you want me to continue? Sorry, anyways.
Nah. I think it's just the person who I think is going to fuck up the least. Sorry, you can curse out my swearing if you
Oh no,
want.
swear. I've been swearing
Okay.
on
I
podcast.
think it's
I don't care.
I think it's the person who's just gonna. They're not going to be an ideal situation going into the game. I don't think either of Candy or Laura will be in ideal situations, like just at face value going in. But I think this one person at least has a shot, and I mean a miracle shot. Like I'm talking lands the shot from half court type miracle that they'll integrate, and they can sink their claws in and hold on and make their way through the game. I'm picking Candy Rule from the Brawn tribe, the model who is on the Brawn tribe. And that means you
Cool.
are with Laura the
So
Witch.
walk me through your logic there.
All right. So this is the interesting thing, because I think this is a really interesting discussion, because I did glaze over. If you don't know who he is, the Meridian Reviews YouTube channel, TMR.
I know him.
He had Candy as one of his top two, alongside Morgan, who was your first pick. So
Morgan is
I found that to
everyone's
be
first pick. This isn't like
Stan
a new
Morgan.
thing.
I think Candy radiates authenticity and confidence, and which is great for the game because you can naturally be yourself without coming across as fake, sleazy, calculated. And they tend to build strong connections, like Liz, Flick, Sean. Her easygoing, get on with it mindset suggests that I don't think she'll crumble under pressure like maybe others. But and her background as a country girl is also more resilient than it looks. However, I think the biggest problem she has is right off the bat not broad enough perception. And
Yep.
I remember vividly Shannon faced resistance from Simon and Emmett in the original because she was also a model, and they didn't view her as brawn enough despite being physically capable.
Which
So,
the
it,
fuck?
yeah, you remember that, right?
Yeah, I remember it, but it was just dumb.
Yeah, it was so yeah, my point is, like, if Candy can't prove herself physically, like immediately, day one, challenge one, she'll be branded as expendable before she even has a chance to show her potential in this game. Because I think she has great potential as a player, but I think if she cannot thrive in the physical environment on a very physical tribe, she will get pegged as the weakest. She'll struggle to break into the tribe dynamics and will be sacrificed as a lamb at the first or second tribal as an easy early boot.
I think
So,
the women are gonna get voted off early. I hate to say that.
but like, you raise a good point, because that is very typical of Survivor. Like, unless a man does something that is very 180,
Unless you're
or
Ken, who's gonna get out first, then you're like,
yeah, yeah. If you're a man, or even a woman, if you're a man or a woman who is in somewhat decent shape, you could literally just put an immunity necklace around your neck and call it a day, because you aren't going home first. But I just think that um, she really needs to integrate herself, use that country charm, that authentic nature that she has, where I feel like she could be a very unique and very captivating individual, as long as she can back it up by having somewhat of a physical aspect to her game. And I think that will be decided in the first 48 hours, in that she has to convince her tribe that she belongs. Otherwise, she is the most at risk for an early boot, in my opinion. So
Yeah.
If she lasts, if she gets past the first couple of rounds, I think she makes it deep. I think she can make
I
a deep
agree.
run, kind of like a Christie in 2016. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm putting Candy down. I'd love for Candy to prove me wrong as my last draft pick, but this is just based off the fact that she is a model, which typically isn't seen as a Brawn Strong career going into a heavy Brawn Strong competitive tribe.
Let's go through
So-
all of the strengths of other models. We got Rohan, we got David, we got Vieria, we got her, we got Shannon.
Hmm.
Anyone else that we're thinking of? Is that it? Rohan,
that's off the top.
Vieria,
Flick.
her,
Flick was
Shannon.
a beach girl model at the Gold Coast. But
Oh,
besides
Sam.
that, Sam Gash.
No, the other one. The one from Champions vs. Contenders. Benny's the
Um,
model. Benny Birdo's a model too, I think.
huh. Well, I just put her
Yeah.
down because I just looked at her and I just thought she's not one of those models that looks ripped or would be like a on the bodybuilding cover. All due respect to her, of course. Like she could be like a really great model, but it doesn't mean it'll translate well into being a great physical asset. But that's just my brutally honest take. And
All right. Is that
yeah.
it? Or you got more?
Yep, that's pretty much
yeah.
it. I think I kind of
I
covered it all.
Candy. Oh my god. First of all, yeah, she's gonna get ripped apart out there. Oh my god. Do you see how fragile she looks? She looks like she's gonna die.
Yeah.
Second, I also agree, and based on the other promo stuff I've seen, that's the vibe I'm getting also. We in one of the promos, it shows her face, but like it shows older people whose faces were shown a lot, and then it just shows hers really randomly, and it definitely feels like they're just trying to chuck it in before she gets eliminated, so we know who she is. As
Yeah.
for like her longevity, I agree with you. I think she would go far. If she could survive the first few rounds. The problem is she was casted on the wrong season. This isn't model. This isn't the model tribe. This is the Brawn tribe. And people, as much as I hate it as a super fan, some people are going to vote based on that. Some people are going to have biases towards that, and some people are going to get voted out because of that. So it's one of those things where we're just going to hope the evolution of Survivor keeps evolving and to get to a point where we don't have that. And also, we need Australian Survivor producers to not cast, people who care about this shit, because that's not the only attribute in Survivor. There's other attributes in Survivor, and there's other things that make you entertaining. This isn't SAS Australia. This isn't the weakest link. This isn't the challenge. This is a completely different show. But anyway, and now for the fun part. Now I get to tell you why I picked Laura D, even though you picked her for me. So I picked Laura D because I picked Laura D because I honestly think, one, she's the number one contender left on the board. Two, she's the number one contender left on the board. Guys, she's the only contender left on the board. Two, she's a super fan, and that's actually really good for her, because she'll know how to play the game and shit. Three, her rate's a killer. Did you see her kill Kent and Miles? Did you see that? Did you see that thing? No?
No, I've been
show
pretty.
you after. I'll show you after. Basically, it's a promo where she goes, Ted, he might be a little bit dangerous. Miles, he's strategic, and then it cuts. This is her in confessional. And I've got to say, you think Miles is strategic? Yeah, obviously. You think Kent is a bit dangerous? I can imagine. Like, a lot of her reads, and I saw other people comment this as well, a lot of her reads seem like pretty obvious reads. Like, they're not really like that big wow factor. I mean, I will
Yeah.
say she does tarot reading, which is cool because I'm also into tarot. But I do feel that and I support her manifestations. Her manifestations are
Mm.
fire, and I'm all for manifestation. Well, for manifesting, but as the winner potential, I mean, yeah, being called out as the witch with Halloween music in your intro. That's not at the end of her intro for the individual player video. They played Halloween music. I'm not even
Oh,
joking. They literally played
okay.
Halloween music, and I'm
Mhm.
like, one, they've never done that in Survivor before. Two, okay. And
Mhm.
three, I've told you what I think's gonna happen. I think realistically, she's gonna get Ken out. She's gonna lead the charge against him, and then she's gonna get taken out next. That's what I think's gonna
Mm.
happen. But of
Yeah.
course, this is just my opinion. What do you think about that take? And what do you think about your idea?
I think
What
Laura is the biggest hit or miss out on the island, where she is either out before we even get to know her name, or she is sneaking deep into the game as a non-threat, in my opinion, like as a goat. And that
Yeah,
is in the best way possible. I think she has all the enthusiasm and preparation of a hardcore superfan, but I think her biggest asset is also her biggest liability in her personality. So I think um, on paper, like I think there's no doubt she knows the game well. Like she's literally 3D printed survivor puzzles and has a backyard
which is
filled with
so
different
random.
challenges.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's I think she'll come in with the most knowledge and preparation for the puzzle aspects. So she's done her homework. But the problem with superfans like her is that Survivor isn't just about strategy, it's about the relationships. And if she relies too much on her acting to manipulate rather than forming genuine connections, then people will see through it and could distrust her very quickly. So I think also her biggest red flag is just her confrontational nature because she says things like, quote unquote, I can convince anyone of anything, or that confrontation is a strength, means that she is hyper aware of her own intelligence and manipulation abilities. If she tries like all of this, like everything everywhere all at once, and plays too aggressively, if she calls people out or lets her emotions get the better of her, I think she could find herself on the outs very quickly, the same way Anjali was out in Heroes versus Villains, or Des out the very first boot of the new rendition of the show. So that said,
very strange.
if she can just yeah, if she can just turn things down like maybe a couple notches and embraces her fun, goofy, morale boosting nature rather than a hyper strategic um, paranoid, aggressive game bot, then she could slide deep into the gamers and as like I think a non-threatening presence. But I think the key for her will just be balancing her enthusiasm, as I'll put it, with her self-awareness of how others perceive her and knowing when to pull back. So um, I think she could be one who pushes too hard, tries to
Pretty
manipulate
much.
openly, or yeah, the best, yeah, and goes pre-merge, or she flies under the radar as a fun, likable personality and just goes deep into the game as a non-entity. But I just do not see her winning whatsoever, and I think this is just based off who she's alongside as her tribe mates and cast members. So Laura, you might be like the most goofy, quirky, um, authentic person out there, but in the game, like sometimes you can be the brightest peach in the tree, but some people just don't like peaches. And at the end of the day, someone's always got to be last. And I think you could win the hearts of many if you were just an enthusiastic ball of energy. So that's my thoughts.
I will say, I'm excited to watch it take Ken out, but
Yeah.
that's just my opinion. I say that even though I'm also rooting for Ken. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
But why are you
Well,
so set on Kent being taken out first by Laura?
I'm set. Oh, the edit, the edit. It's reminding me of every first boot ever.
Hmm.
I don't know how to describe it.
Hmm.
It just is.
That's fair.
Unless you've seen the edit, I don't know how
Hmm.
to describe it to you. Like,
Yeah.
it
That
just
makes sense.
seems like he shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Like long term. I
Um.
mean, you're probably I'm wrong, but
Yeah. No, I think
it's
no matter what the season, I think we'll be getting a very explosive season. And now that we've kind of deeply analyzed each player, we kind of have an idea of why they're hyping it up to be this big, bad, explosive, action-packed, dramatic season all at once. But
explosive.
yeah, can't wait. I hate to ruin the party, but I've really got to head off. I've got somewhere to be, and I'm really sorry we didn't get to the awards part. But maybe we could arrange another time to
Yeah,
get to
no
those. Or
stress. All good.
yeah,
Well, all you gotta do is say
that was
goodbye to my audience then, because yeah, I can.
of course. Well, thanks for having me on, Xander. It was a
All good.
pleasure just nerding out and discussing theories and outcomes and all the players. And to all the players out there, you've already played, but best of luck because this will be a really action-packed season, and whoever wins will be deserving of the title, no matter what the audience says. So thank you for listening. Thanks for tuning in and listening to me yap a lot. And thanks, Xander, for having me on. It was a
All
pleasure.
good. All right, I'm gonna
Alright.
let you go because I don't want to waste your time. But
Okay, sounds good.
I'll hit you up.